Good morning from Chicagoland, Lisle, Naperville, almost Chicago. We have all these different titles for where we are. They're all the same thing. Jesse Matthews and Evans Clinchy live in studio just across the hall from our players who will be competing for the 2022 World Cup. We're also joined by Wei Bin from Singapore. Welcome, everybody.
Hey.
Hey.
And hello, how's everyone doing in Chicagoland?
Pretty good.
Doing all right. Ready to finish this thing out. Pretty excited.
Yes. The only tragedy is, unfortunately, when I went to get breakfast, they had no caffeinated coffee left, which is like defeating the whole purpose.
No.
My very clearly unbranded, non-naming any brands here, cough. There's no caffeine in this. It's just decaffeinated, which is a sad story.
Well, the good news is you've only got to power through 3 more rounds and then we're done.
Yeah,
so you can get a nap later. It'll be all good. We've got 3 rounds to go in this World Cup, and it's going to be quite an exciting 3 rounds.
Yeah, speaking of the excitement, who do we have up on board 1 for those who are not aware?
Yeah, so currently Dave Wiegand is 1.5 games up on the entire field here in Division 1 of World Cup. It was 4.5 at lunch yesterday, but he had a rough afternoon, losing 4 straight games. So he's now at 20.5 wins in his first 28 games, 1.5 up on Will Anderson at 19 and Jesse Day at 19. So any one of those 3 players, Dave, Will, or Jesse, still has a chance to win the tournament. And coming up in round 29 out of 31, so 3 rounds to go, we're going to have Dave versus Jesse, the current first place player against the third place player. And we're expecting that most likely we're going to have Dave versus Will after that, unless there's some sort of Gibsonization tweak to the standings. If Dave wants to close out the championship right now in round 29, he needs 2 things to happen. Thing 1 is he's got to win, obviously. And thing 2 is he needs the other player, Will Anderson, to lose his game. And Will is playing David Eldar on board 2.
Needless to say, we'll be watching very closely the standings page and see if we can get a runner or 2 to update us on the scores in that game.
Well, it happens that our main runner is married to Will Anderson, so I think she's going to be extra motivated to provide us with information, as Allison, Will's wife, is our co-director. So
yeah,
she will be on site reporting on that for sure.
She has gone from co-director to directrice extraordinaire for the entire week. She's basically running the show, and we're just like, hey, girl, you do your thing. You're awesome.
100%.
We're going to go over to the board in just a few seconds here as the players are getting ready. Formalities all aside, announcements in the room are finished for the day. People have signed up for their shuttles, or else they're getting their $70 or $80 Uber rides. Yeah. Oof, that is a big oof. That's what we get for being in Chicago. Air quotes that you can't see me doing anymore. All right, so Dave will be first.
Okay.
See what we're doing in the chat here. Hello again, Akrater. It's nice to have you back. Same to you, Gerchi. I see Alec is in the chat. Welcome back as well. Sev Kaufman says, I hope Dave can straighten the ship today. Yeah, we got some high hopes for Dave as well.
Just getting the analysis board up and ready, so we'll have some insights coming at you via Quackle on each turn. And it looks like, for some reason, it's saying the pool is just an F. So F to me and D, but I'll get that fixed.
F. Rusimov says, bonjour. Yes, bonjour, right back to you. Couple of eggs. Good day, Colin. Nice to see you. Foundering is here.
And we are starting the game with Dave picking up the blank.
Yes.
Ooh, all right.
This is the kind of thing he was looking for in one of those 4 games yesterday afternoon to close it out early. But yeah, great start for Dave so far. Nice rack.
Probably playing blunted or something.
So he's got bunted blank. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Jeremy,
Yeah, cool.
Go ahead, sorry.
Can be blunted or blunted, the LODR. I'm guessing it's blunted.
We'll have to get confirmation of that, but one of the two for sure. All right, blunted it is. That is a blank L confirmed.
Jeremy Hildebrand is alluding to Dave's Rack when saying Revelstoke. For those of you who don't know, that is a city in the middle of British Columbia, my home province in Western Canada. A lot of people go there to do heli skiing and other really fun winter outdoor sportsing activities. Foundering says keel over.
Keel over, wow. Not a valid word, but a cool find.
Zev, just to confirm, the blank is an L as in Lima. That is blunted.
Yep.
For Jesse's Rack, Alex suggests Bewail as a candidate play.
Yeah, he's thinking of playing Y. I believe it's below the E of blunted, which sets up the L, which he has on his rack. So that's a possible option. Bewail scores maybe around the same, I think, but keeping AO slightly ugly.
Yeah, not a big fan of that AO leave. Something like Y or AWA, AWA, keeping EILO would probably be a little bit stronger here. It does look like he has Y kind of singled out on his rack there.
And Y goes on the board.
Looks like a good play.
Yeah, the difference between Y and AWA is that Y sets up the L hook. AWA scores slightly more. So it's, I guess, being a bingo down, he thinks that trying to keep the lines open is going to be useful.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Nat Donna, you're back with us in the morning. Nice to see you. Normally you are with us in the afternoon, but as you know, today we only have the morning sessions really. So
That's right.
nice to have you back. Hopefully instead of the usual, perhaps you brought some caffeinated coffee. You may have missed, I sadly had to get decaf from the breakfast this morning. So I'm taking a little bit of time to wake up.
So it looks like Jesse's play of Way has set up the K for Dave Wiegand here. He can play Lek for 41. You see he's got over Lek arranged on his rack. That is not a valid word. I believe the Lek is a monetary unit, so.
It is.
Yeah, Albania.
And then you can go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say that Lek is I think Lek is on one of the Coco bookmarks.
Oh, right. I should know this.
It's like, uh-oh, that is a shining endorsement there.
Yeah, I am getting some bookmarks. I think with monetary units.
Excellent. Well, enjoy your Lek. Speaking of Lek, it's
Enjoy my
coming out.
overlay.
You should only Lek the appropriate amount. All right, Lek is played by Dave, and so he's got a nice lead here of 115 to 22. Good start for Mr. Wiegand.
Cynical Ad asks, what's the performance enhancing drug testing procedure in tournament Scrabble? I don't think there is one established.
It's a good question, though. Dave plays like he's on all kinds of brain drugs. Just
He is, yeah.
incredible word knowledge. How does he do it? I don't know.
And I can tell you, when we play variations of games which involve inventing words, he's just as good at that, which is insane.
Yes.
It doesn't even have to be valid words. He's good at making them up too.
Yeah, Jesse has a double here, but I'm not sure whether that's actually, well, it probably scores enough to be worth it.
Yeah, I don't think Jesse has any plays that keep such amazing leads that he should sacrifice points for them, right? Like, even if you could keep like ELD or END, like those aren't such strong leads that you want to give up points to fish with him, I don't think.
Yeah, Lord Livgon's asking, is it blunted or blunted? It's an L, so he can play Palone
Mm-hmm.
with his rack, which Palone anagrams to Leono. And that scores, I think, 32 points, which probably is one of the better options that he has right now.
Yep, there's no scores better than 32 available. He can make plays that hook onto way on the far right, like Pedalo is 28. Also Opaled, the anagram of Pedalo. But I
Yeah.
think Palone's a little better than those.
He can play. He can also play Note Land for 0.
There's a lot of things Jesse Day can play for 0 points, let me tell you.
No.
Pondable, Dopalent to the T, I don't know.
Speaking of dopey things, Dustin Dude says you are free to use opium at Scrabble tournaments responsibly in the places that allow them, but technically no rule against it.
I'm not sure if that's true, but we're just going to leave it because I'm not sure.
Matthew Tunnicliffe says, wait, so I've been submitting pee samples for nothing. As long as you're not mailing them to me, that's fine. You keep right on ahead and doing that. Top players on Brain Booster says Ampharoaster. I don't know. There's some deeply kept secrets that we're just not aware of, apparently. We're learning lots of things already on stream this morning.
So can anyone see the 3 letters that make 8s with Jesse's rack? ADELNOP. There are 3.
Ooh, I see one. I see there's an R. And then I got nothing.
Yeah, 2 more letters. Oh, so Palone goes down.
Very nice.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, indeed the best play, and I think keeping the D for Wade as well. So he still has that spot available.
Zev Kaufman points out the last one, Angle Pod, very nice, and further up, Alec mentions Palynode. Very good.
Very
Everyone's
nice.
covered
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, Ponderal was the one with the R, in case nobody mentioned that.
It was a little bit further up.
I got you. Okay. So Dave's got some big plays from that L in Lek. He can play Lovage or Lavage. He plays Lovage. That looks very strong. 42 more, and Dave adds to his lead.
Showing none of the lovage so far, going for maximal points. He wants to seal the deal with a nice little win here. Well, almost seal the deal. Depends on what Will does.
Yeah. Yeah, if Dave wins this game, it'll put Jesse Day out of contention for first place. But there is still a chance that Will Anderson, who's currently on board 2 playing David Eldar, could come back and win.
We have no update for that game so far, but once we hear any news, we will let you know how that is going.
Absolutely.
Cat goes down. Yeah, it just seems like the
Yeah. Cat seems
knee-jerk
pretty
reaction play. Yeah.
not much else to consider. Dump that cue and hope for a good draw for a bingo next turn.
Which he does have. I mean, he has a pretty good rank now. Probably going to see a slightly more competitive game.
Yeah, and Dave's rack is not very good, so it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe just playing something like a new run or Ruana, just to get rid of letters. Hooking onto Y.
Yeah. So Nura making Wayne would be 19 points, and Urin would be 21. Yeah, those are the kind of plays you're looking at here. And then almost certainly we'll see Jesse play something like Mildest or Missiled, parallel to that probably. So we're going to have a much closer game one turn from now.
Akrater mentions, I guess medalist and mildest both can't be blocked.
Exactly.
That is correct. So one of those two is likely going down next turn. Also asking, is there an 8 with E for Jesse Days Rack?
I believe there's not.
I didn't think so, but I wanted to check just to make sure.
Yeah, mildest bingos with A-I-O-U, all the vowels but E. Those are the 4 tiles to make an 8 with mildest.
And then Dustin, which statistics do you mean? If you're talking about the standings on cue, I will type in the chat where you can go and find them.
There you go. So it looks
And you ran.
And you ran
Yeah.
comes down, yeah.
So that accomplishes the same sort of thing, essentially.
Yeah, it's I guess instructive to see that he plays it, going up rather than going down. Going up, Wayne going up, and I think that it's harder to parallel on that side. So it's rather intentional.
Yeah, he's preventing Jesse from playing 7-letter bingos, and Jesse did have one, so it's a timely play. Jesse's still going to bingo, but it's for less points than it would have been before.
And at the same time, I think kind of restricting the P of Pallone and the A of Pallone as well.
Yeah.
Can't extend that much. But it's not going to stop Jesse. He's trying to be a medalist here.
There you go.
Definitely on
All
the
right,
podium
medalist
so
comes
far.
down, very nice. 69 points there. And we got ourselves a much closer game now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there is something for Dave, though, to respond. He has queries.
Yeah. Looks like Kuris is not going to play. This is a tough position for Dave. His bingo won't play, and there's not a lot of great ways to otherwise score with these letters. He could play cooers, ones that coo, into the S in medalist.
Yes.
That would be 27.
Yeah, that blocks up. I mean, not blocks up. That kind of blasts up the board. Blast the board up, out. Open.
Open, that's the word, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. This isn't a situation where Dave is far ahead or anything like that. Like if he were up by 80, he'd be trying to shut it down. But if you're up by only 32, you kind of just want to make a couple of plays and score your points when you can.
Yeah, you're right.
This isn't like a shut it down kind of position.
I see a familiar face in the chat there. Symbol, hello. It's nice to see you here. Someone who's also very familiar with providing Scrabble media across the pond. Nice to have you here today.
Definitely. So, tough spot for Dave here.
Yeah, I think the thing about Coors is that, it just kind of destroys the nice-ish rack that he has. I think it's still, on balance, enough score that he should just take it. But I think he's gonna think quite hard about it.
Definitely.
I'll be very tempted to fish in this position, I think.
Yeah, there's definitely that temptation here.
We've had a request in the chat for Quackle's insight into this, as far as what it likes in this position. Perhaps you can let us know.
I haven't run this sim yet, but just on a static level, it's pretty even between a play like Coors and a play that fishes away a couple of O's. You could do something like Lou, L-O-O, from the L in Pallone. And it's pretty close among a lot of different options, including Lou and Coors. I like Coors, though.
Corey's looks like the option he's gone for.
Choice from Dave. Okay. I don't think that's quite as good. Like you're keeping OS instead of IS. Although I guess there are more I's you can draw. There's 6 I's left in the bag versus only 4 O's. So that might be Dave's reason. That's actually kind of smart now that I think about it. Anyway, updating the scoreboard now. It's going to be Dave Wiegand 205, Jesse Dave 146. So Jesse's kind of sort of down by a bingo at this point.
Yes. And speaking of a bingo, whether it goes down, a Fejor is technically available on Dave's rack with a blank A.
Oh,
Yeah. Joe fails with an A on L. Well, but I mean, I don't think he needs to bingo right now. He can just play off the J for a good score
yeah.
and, be left with a extremely good rack with quite a few lines of open.
Yeah, Jig and QI looks very good, obviously.
So I think the question for me is, how is Jesse gonna rescue himself this rack? I think he has HOUGH lined up, which, yeah, it scores. It plays on the side of Cologne.
Yeah, 37 points, but the leave of II is pretty hideous.
Yeah.
You got to think, if you're Jesse, like, what's my game plan here? How am I going to come back? Huff puts me within like 20 points, but I got II. I'm going to need to get very, very lucky to come back with a bad lead like that.
Well, just be optimistic and hope that you get something from the C, perhaps.
Yeah.
The I's go well with the C and a lot of words that end in IC.
That's true. He would love to pick that blank, but little does he know that Dave already has it. It's a very, very important tile here, the second blank, as obviously Jesse needs to get some bingos down here.
Yeah, I think Jesse is probably thinking, whether he can play something else, maybe slightly more balanced, and still get some decent score. Maybe get rid of one of the I's at least. He might also be thinking of something creative. I know he's a very creative player, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just does something that none of us expect.
Definitely.
Yeah, but Hoff seems to be the standout play in this situation.
It's just hard to pass up 37 points. The other kind of basic equity plays, you could play like Hioi, HIOI, but that's 18 points less. That's so much to give up just to get rid of one of your I's. I'm guessing Jesse is nearing the point of being resigned to playing Huff. He just wished he didn't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to have arranged his letters slightly differently, though. I mean, is he potentially unsure of Hoff?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, that would be quite a painful miss, I think. I mean, given the state of his rack.
Looks like he may be going for something else. He's got high in his fingers, briefly.
Oh, he's going to play Highway up there. Okay. Or wait.
He's going to play high up high.
Yes. The other high. Good morning, Seth Lipkin. It is nice to see you in the chat. Glad to have you here. I see Enoch Nwali further up as well. Welcome back to you as well.
Yeah, it seems like he probably was not sure of. I think that's my guess.
Yeah, could be.
I think it's just too many points to pass up for high. Yeah, but we can find out later, I guess.
So for Dave, Jig looks very strong. 38 points playing Jig, making QI at the bottom. And you block up possible bingos into that E for Jesse as well.
Yeah. Now Jesse has Borsin.
Oh, okay.
Yum, yum.
Which does play through one letter on the board.
Oh, yes, it does. Yeah. There are 2 anagrams, through that C up top, and yet Scott finds them right away. Rubicons and Bursicon. Doesn't look like Dave is going to block those.
I
And
see
he plays
Rob.
Drake.
Nice. I
Very
see
nice.
Rob Rinsky is in the chat now. Welcome, Rob. Good morning. Yes, that is about the best kind of draw that Jesse Day could have hoped for. Now we just got to see him pull the trigger and get that down.
Mhm.
And now we see Weekend like quite possibly playing sex foil
Oh, wow.
the next turn.
Yeah, he does have sex foil. Look at that.
Firefox. Yes, Scott Jackson. I still use Firefox sometimes, along with Chrome, a mix of both.
He's using Firefox right now. I can vouch.
Yeah.
Although it kept crashing yesterday, so I'm not sure if I trust it anymore.
I think that was the hotel Wi-Fi.
Fair. All right, so if Jesse were to play Rubicons, it would put him within 7 points, 243, 236, but then Dave would respond with sex foil and Wayne's right away. All right, Rubicons does come down, and I think Jesse's happiness is going to be short-lived here.
Yeah, he has actually. I mean, he can also play sex foil slash AHS. I'm not sure if that scores more because the X is triple.
Yeah, that's 88 versus 93 for Wayne's, 5 point less.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a nice find in the chat of Foxfires. That is also an option here.
Ooh, and Jesse seems to have picked up another nice rack.
Oh, okay. He can play a bingo at his leisure, you could say.
Or we have some people from across the pond who might say leisure.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Yes. A little bit of that twist.
And can anyone spot what Jesse can play after sex foil goes down?
Yeah, I did not see it. Quackle found it for me. I won't spoil. Not an easy word to spot. Yeah, Bluesier. Rob finds it. There you go. From the B in Blunted, he can play Bluesier with all the overlaps. So both players with bingos on their racks now.
We have us a game. Wow.
Indeed. It's going to be advantage Dave. I mean, his bingo scores more than Jesse's does, and it's going to be his turn after the dust settles here. But Jesse's going to be in it.
Dave's arranged Foxfires on his rack.
Interesting. I don't think there's any reason not to play sex foil if you see it. It is 5 points more than Foxfires. And there's really not any other kind of like positional drawbacks to it I can think of. Sex foil in the bottom right, making Wayne's looks very strong. 98. He might just be arranging each bingo on his rack so he can count the points and then.
Yeah, but he decides to play Foxfires.
Okay. Foxfires, yeah.
88. No. It's 331. Yeah.
Jeremy says Foxfires is more style points. Well, it's it definitely looks like a cool word. I
More
would
style
say.
points than sex foil?
I think sex flows
Go
pretty
home,
solid as
Jeremy.
well. And Gertzi says to win at PK in this way. What? I believe that's in reference to the definition for Rubicons. I think that's because Rubicon is both a noun and a verb, and it is referencing itself, the nounal definition from the source dictionary. I think that's my understanding of that. Here comes Bluesier.
Yep. Jesse does find Bluesier and play it, and he's going to close the gap again. He's down by 17 points. We got a close game, and it looks like Dave's draw here is all disoriented. How dare you, Dave?
It's a very nice. It's quite a nice rack, I think, but not sure whether it yields anything on this board.
Yeah. No S for atomizer. No D for mediator, and so on and so forth. He does have one very nice high-scoring play through the R in Bluesier at the bottom. He can play Omerta, hooking the A to make JA. Now it'd score 33. Interesting choice here for Dave, whether he wants to go for the maximum score with a play like Omerta or, fish for a better leave. There's ways that you can keep a MRT, a IRT, a IMRT, if he decides that those are leaves worth keeping in this position. This is complicated. I'm not sure what to think.
Yeah, I think it's useful to kind of study the pool at this side of juncture and
Okay.
kind of see what are your chances of I mean, what are the threats and what are the opportunities that you have in the board, rather in the bag.
Yeah, we can bring the pool up on your screen in a moment. There's still a lot of tiles in there, but I think it should fit on the screen okay. There's 22 to go, which means 15 are in the bag. It's kind of a funky pool. There's VWYYZ, all still unseen, which means drawing a bingo might be harder than it looks. And so Dave will certainly want to consider that as he thinks about whether to go for, a bingo or whether to simply focus on scoring points and outrunning.
Yeah, from this point of view, I think you're trying to go for the heavy letters that are going to net you a good score. Bingos might come about, but yeah, you got to be a bit lucky for that. I don't think it's really worth fishing on this kind of board as well, especially with not many lines left. I think the S's are all gone. Blanks are gone as well. So you can't really you can't hook the S onto Wayne. I think the only like 3 or 4 lines available don't really score that much.
So maybe Omerta is the best play then?
Yeah, I like Omerta. He has it lined up.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Brett Bass says Nigel fishes the E and Sims top.
I'm not sure if fishing the E is going to work out for you here. Maybe there's a couple of words you can hit, but I don't think that makes it worthwhile
Yeah.
overall.
Nigel plays HE. And Sims top. Yeah.
So Quackle suggesting 2 plays in particular. One is Omerta, and the other one is just Hom, H-O-M in the top right corner. It looks like that leave of A-E-I-R-T is pretty potent and results in bingos more often than I would have guessed. About 33% of the time you're going to bingo after Hom. But it is really tough in a spot like this, especially with $10,000 on the line, to leave that much up to chance.
And
it's
Dave's
really
looking
just a
at
chance.
Moai alongside High very briefly, I think. Nope, never mind. Somewhere else. He had Moai lined up. And then Moi. Interesting. Looking at some options up there with the H. Maybe not fishing off the E. Also looking under Foxfires potentially, says Alec. Oh, Moai there. Yes, that would make sense.
Yeah, the thing I like about Omerta is that keeping the eye is actually pretty good in this situation. If you look at the pool, it seems to have 0 eyes.
Wow, yeah.
So, you retain the I, and the R is definitely a nice letter to have. I mean, I and R are not that great together, but I think you have to think about what's in the pool and how that synergizes with the rec.
Interesting rack that Jesse's picked up. He's got a lot of scoring consonants.
And Omerta goes down.
Very nice. So the lead is an even 50 for Dave Wiegand, 364, 314.
E64.
And we'll see what Jesse can do here. We've got 10 tiles remaining in the bag. I'm not sure if bingoing is going to happen for Jesse. It's just too strange of a tile pool and too strange of a rack he's working with. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it seems like he's going to be able to catch up a little because Dave hasn't picked up, scoring letters.
Yeah. That's a good point. Not much of anything at all for Dave.
No N for Tandoori, because he would be very happy if that were a thing.
Yeah.
Close.
Idolator with an L. Yeah, none of that.
Yeah, but I think the question for me is how is Jesse going to keep to score, while keeping a fairly okay-ish lead. He does have quite a few spots to score, I think, beside Anuran and beside Bluesier. So double word scores there, probably where he can find the most points. And I think he might want to think about using one on this turn and using another on the next turn.
Yeah, Rob points out in chat that the pool's not that bad from Jesse's perspective. Other than those last 3 tiles, that VYZ, the other ones are pretty decently bingo prone. It'll probably take Jesse multiple turns to groom his rack for a bingo, though. And he's running out of time for that with only 10 tiles in the bag. So it's going to be close. Yeah, I mean, if he plays something like WAG to the left of Bluesier, he keeps ACPY. There's not a ton of bingos with ACPY, so he's probably going to have to fish again. Or not fish, but just, make another cleaning up the rack sort of play the following turn.
Mhm.
Yeah, the other thing that that Jesse probably is noticing is that the Z is also unseen, and the Z is, I think, if you look at the area around Omerta and the area around Bluesier, that's a very big hotspot for the Z.
True.
Lots of points if Dave plays there. So he can either, I guess he can hope that he gets the Z, or he can think about maybe playing something there now.
For Jesse Day, if he were to draw the Z on the next turn, assuming he kept AG in some form, Gaze would be a very nice overlap on top of Omerta that would get him back in without having to bingo. And one of those things you're looking for in this situation is how can I come back without having to pull a bingo out of the bag? So lots of things for him to consider. Rob Rubinski was talking about board geometry a little bit earlier on, and how Dave was controlling it potentially with the play of Foxfires. But Jesse's also got to think about board geometry and scoring options after he makes his move, what he can leave for himself, how he can limit Dave potentially, because other than looking at the pool from Jesse's point of view, the Z and maybe the F, it's not going to be the easiest for easy points for Dave as far as with the big tiles. There's lots to consider here. Jesse, on the other hand, has lots of options knowing what he does about the letters in his rack.
I'm just thinking about.
Yeah.
So you
Go ahead. No, I think one thing is that you have to kind of balance. One is that you want to pick up the Z yourself.
Yeah.
The other thing is that he might have it. So in a way, you have to, play something which maximizes your score if you pick up the Z, but at the same time, if he has it, it's not going to be too easy for him. I mean, if you can find a play like that, I think that would be the ideal. But maybe it's not that easy.
Do you think maybe if you're Jesse, you just think if Dave has the Z, you're just losing and you just concede those cases and play for the other cases? I don't know. I mean, you're already at 50.
Absolutely.
Like a Z play is going to put you down by even more than that.
The thing is that I mean those spots are hot, but I think there are still other spots, for good score for Jesse.
That's true.
Yeah. I think that I'm really not sure. He's probably debating which spot to take right now.
Yeah, I see Brett in chat kind of saying the same thing I was saying, that if Dave has the Z, you're just dead anyway. That might be true. I don't know for sure. Just asking questions.
Mhm. This one is very much worth spending the time on from Jesse's point of view.
Absolutely. We give Jesse a lot of grief on these streams for taking his time in extravagant ways, one could say, but there are a lot of situations where it's warranted, and this is definitely one of them.
This is one, and it's not just to win the game, but it's also to stay in contention to win the tournament altogether. So
Yeah.
there's a lot
Yeah.
riding on what he does on this turn.
Yeah. For those of you just joining us and getting caught up on the tournament situation, Jesse Day must win this game to stay alive in his quest to be World Cup champion. If he loses this one, he's out.
Yeah. So what I was thinking about, one of the things that possibilities I was thinking about was playing something like W, A, either G or the P, beside Bluesier, and that's I think that's decent because it sets up ZA something, if you pick up Z. But at the same time, it kind of also restricts, something above Omerta with the Z. So it still gives good points. Something like that, maybe.
All right, we have an update from Table 2. Will Anderson was at Table 2 playing David Eldar, and he needed a win to stay in contention. And against David Eldar, Will Anderson lost by 300 points.
Oh.
Final score of David Eldar 689, Will 389. So in shocking fashion, Will has been, I don't want to say knocked out entirely, because if Dave loses this game, then there's still a chance of some sort of comeback. But a devastating loss for Will. No other way to
Wow.
put it. Lost by 300.
Yeah, Will had an amazing run to come back from that 4-7 start. So
Absolutely.
Being in this position at all is already rather unusual, but unfortunate way to start the day for sure. So Cesar asks, Dave is Gibsonized if he wins this game, right? I
Yes,
believe
that's
so.
correct.
Mathematically, we'll confirm that on paper. But yes, I'm
100%.
pretty sure.
That's true. Yeah, Dave is playing for the championship right now. If he loses, though, it gets all sorts of crazy. We'll talk about that later if it happens.
Nice choice by Jesse, I think. Maybe opening up a couple of lines, and I think he's trying to go for the Z fish.
All right, updating the score and the pool now. It is 364 to 344. Dave leads by 20, and we have 7 tiles in the bag now. So a fairly close game. And we'll see what Dave can do with this rack. It's not great.
Yeah, I might have played something like Warp just now. Or Wag.
Yeah, that would have been an option.
Yeah, I like the Z setup, the ZA setup. And I think keeping the Y for YAH, or beside a new run, is also useful.
Yeah.
But I think what Jesse is going for now is creating another potential bingo line. He keeps the G and the C and the P, so that's not ideal, but he can potentially massage it over the next 1 or 2 turns. He still can play. He can still set up the Z, like playing something like Gap, which sets up for RG or at the same time OG.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he's at least opening that line, which creates some outside chances for him to. Ooh, plays trio.
29.
Okay, that's wow, that's a lot of turnover, and I think Dave is really going for the big letters now.
Yeah, he scores
And-
nicely with Trio, 29. I mean, that's pretty good. Leaving only 2 in the bag.
And it's quite amazing the Z is still in the bag.
Wow. Yeah.
So it means that we have the N and the Z in the bag.
That is, I'm trying to refresh my feed because it's getting a little bit blurry. I will confirm in a second, but I think you're right. So Dave has drawn Dave Foy. Okay, so yeah, NZ, the two tiles in the bag. That's correct. Tough spot for Jesse. I mean, he's down by 49 and not an easy board on which to fish for a bingo. Yeah, two in the bag. Maybe you try to fish one. Of course, Dave is one of the best in the world at seeing bingos, and so whatever bingo you fish for, Dave's likely to see it and block it.
Yeah, is he thinking of, maybe playing Gree, set up a Gree, or GIS to set up EGIS?
Yeah, Gree is very interesting. Wow. He could draw cap rate, and that would fit perfectly. Looks like Mo Green points out in chat that, yeah, holding the A there was key because Dave can play an A of his own if Jesse plays Gree. Very interesting. You got to think 2 steps ahead. That's like a chess grandmaster way to think, to plan for that if you're Dave. But maybe he is thinking that.
Yeah. If he picks up the N after playing the G off, he has Cat Naper. But I believe that might be the only bingo available. So that means I think Dave will probably see it and he will probably block it.
Yeah, I think that's right. Oh, and we happen to know that cap rate is not possible because the bag is NZ. Okay.
But of course,
Jesse
from
can't know that.
Jesse's point of view, he
Yeah.
probably has to try for that. Hello, Sultan. Nice to see you. I just stepped out when you arrived. A friend from Gaming on Discord has joined me in the chat this morning. Nice to see you. Hi.
Yeah, I think what he's also going for is something that plays in 2 spots. So I think that's
Yeah.
the ideal for him.
Like I'm sure he's thinking about things like Catnapper through the A in a way on the far right. Like the dream scenario for Jesse is one where, both cap rate and Catnapper are possible given the pool unseen to Dave, but unfortunately that's nowhere near the case.
Ooh, and he does pick up the end. So he does have Cat
Oh, he
Naper.
does have Catnapper. Okay.
And it'll be interesting because if Dave doesn't block it, which I'm sure he will, then he will pick up the Z as the last letter,
Wow.
3, 4, 7, 9, 3.
which will be, I think, I'm not sure whether he can still lose if he just plays something hooking onto agree, like Fovea or something.
And this would be a spot for Dave to use his remaining time now. Lots on the line for him.
Yeah. You've got to make 100% sure that you are seeing all of Jesse's possible bingos and blocking them. I guess the Z in the bag makes that easier because it's, there's not that many bingos when you consider the Z. I'm pretty sure Dave is sharp enough here to realize, okay, Catnapper is the one threat. Let's kill that off. He's got over 4 minutes on his clock, plenty of time to figure this out. It's not super challenging for a player of Dave's caliber to solve this one. But if he does miss Catnapper, he's probably going to lose. Like Fovea, followed by Catnapper, would be like a 30-point win for Jesse, yeah. So he's got to see it. Gree was a really nice play by Jesse, giving himself a chance. It's not always easy to claw victory away from the jaws of defeat, or whatever that expression is. Jesse's giving himself a chance to do that here.
Yeah, Lord Livgon makes a good point. Unfortunate for Jesse that the unseen is so easy to solve here. No Z bombs with agree.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, if that last
but-
tile in the bag were something different from a Z, it might be a harder endgame for Dave to solve, but I think the Z simplifies it quite a bit.
Yeah, but yeah, it's true. He does have to think about the Z bombs. But yeah, again, quite easy to see that there's nothing that places the Z on the double letter score.
Yeah, whenever there's a pre-endgame with one tile in the bag, there's only 8 permutations to look at. There's 8 possible tiles that can be in the bag, and thus 8 possible racks Jesse can be holding. And a player of Dave's caliber who's really fast at processing this stuff can literally check all 8 of the possible racks and kind of solve the endgames. And I'm sure he realizes there's only a couple scenarios he's really worried about, with Catnapper being the most obvious one of them. You can't let Jesse bingo.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him though. I'm sure. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, at this stage. With the world watching.
Absolutely.
Dave, just over 2 minutes left on his clock as he is coming close to crunch time to make a decision.
Wow.
And wow,
Nice play.
amazing block.
He did it. Looks like Davey is going to play Davey to win the championship.
How appropriate.
And you have to be 100% certain of that being the only bingo, the only line, the only spot. There's he just left the E wide open, the V wide open, agree wide open. So I mean, no question. I mean, he's seen all of it and he knows. And I think Jesse's gonna try something. Very confidently.
He has to. He basically has no shot otherwise, so
Yeah.
he has to.
Yeah, he tries a phony because it's his only hope. Yep. Yeah, per cant is not good and it's going to come off.
So it's a Perseant and pre-enact.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to add some confusion to the mix. Yeah, but I mean, I think there's also like no chance that Dave would let this go.
This is a $10,000 is on the line, so I might as well try, sort of like, because they're both aware that it's essentially over for Jesse as far as winning the championship if he doesn't get to play bingo. So
It is important to note that we're going to have a very, very close race for second place, which
Yes.
means $5,000 is still on the line, and
Yeah.
spread matters. Like we said, Will just lost his game by 300 points, which is going to lead to a very close race on not just wins, but also spread between Jesse and Will for second place.
yes, and
So-
in fact, David Eldar technically put himself mathematically in the running to even hypothetically get close to first, but maybe not quite there. But with Dave winning here, that will be moot as a point.
Mm-hmm. But it does mean that David is alive and well in the race for second place.
Mhm.
And Jesse tries and carpet now, second.
Does he not realize that his spread matters? Because it really, really does matter for $5,000. Oh boy.
Yeah, we had a few jokes on the chat just now, like Sonic Rick asking, wouldn't Encaptor sim higher than per cant? Because it places the P on the double letter score. And we have Brett Bass saying he's really encrapped now.
Yep. Rob points out correctly that Jesse probably doesn't know Will lost by so much. That's true. He very
That's
likely
true.
does not know that.
That's a good point.
Gertrude asks, is he okay for spread given Will's 300-point defeat? Well, we'll get to updated spreads here momentarily.
It's going to be close, the short answer.
What I can say is that Jesse Day was at plus 805 going into this game, so it will likely be in the high sixes for his spread after this game, if not low sevens, somewhere in that range.
So handshakes going all around now, and congratulations to Dave Wiegand, I think.
That's right.
We can have a confirmation from the tournament director.
It is official. Dave Wiegand is your World Cup champion. Congratulations to Dave.
Yeah.
He's going to be $10,000 richer, and he's going to be the World Cup champ.
I'm going to say I gave Dave literally the last cup of caffeinated coffee this morning. We
Ah.
had exactly 1 cup left in the amazing beverage receptacle. And Dave had walked by to get his just after I poured mine. I was like, Dave, you need this more than I do. And that was in reference to the 0-4 yesterday. So nice to see him right the ship and claim that title. He's had a fantastic run, a string of wins in the whole tournament. Aside from that, for last afternoon, nice to see it. Dave's been playing very well, well deserved.
Yeah, and you see the players that are gathering around to congratulate Dave. I saw him get a hug there from Terry Kang, I believe. I think Puneet Sharma's on the frame there as well, giving him a little pat on the back. Dave's one of the true great guys of Scrabble, and I think everybody there is pretty happy to see him pull this off. No slight at all to Jesse or Will or anybody else who are great players as well, but a very, very deserving champion, as everyone here in the room acknowledges.
Yeah, we still have the fight for second place though. I mean,
Yes.
Absolutely. And on that note, I'm going to have to take a phone call to go talk about pairings with my co-directors. So I'm going to take a step out.
Okay.
I will be back for the following 2 rounds, and we will have a very, very exciting race for second place coming up soon.
So
Don't go anywhere.
Evans is off to do directorial duties. Yes, as mentioned, the race for second is still very much on. 3 players very close. Rebecca asked, do we get to watch the second place battle on the stream? That seems quite likely that we're going to be putting up a match that is most directly involved as far as the players in contention for second place. As you can see, there are some incredible players that are in the run for second. Will Anderson is just one of them. The good William in the chat there says he was bingoed on 6 times. The Standersons are probably not happy to read that. But the Delverinos perhaps are very pleased with that game there. We were trying to think of the different names for all the fans/stands, all the members of the fandom for each of these top players.
what would you call a Jesse fan?
We called them the Daydreamers, I believe, was the name for those fans. So we've got quite a few. But yes, the Standersons, they were probably disappointed with the last round. But we'll see who gets matched up on table 1 next. Perhaps the Standersons will get to see their hero, their champion, on board 1 for that second place battle there. I'm going to say it's probably because Will didn't go to the gym with me this morning. I'm going to blame that because, it's all about the gains. I'm going to have to give him some crap for that. But, it's all good. So let's just see here. So Jesse Day is going to be at 20 wins still, a little bit lower spread. I'm going to say 600 something.
Yeah, he's still on 19, right? I think he and Will are still 19, and
Yeah.
and David catches up to 18.5. Is that right?
Eldar's at
18.5, yeah.
yeah, 18. Perfect. Interesting. We're going to take a quick break here from Chicagoland. Again, just to recap for anyone who's joining us just now, Dave Wiegand has clinched the tournament for the first place spot, but we still have a very tight race for second place going into the last 2 rounds. We don't have a pairing announced formally yet for the next round, but we should have that coming up for you within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. We'll let you know in the chat or back on the air as soon as we know who we'll have featured on board 1, but you can bet it will be at least 2 of the players involved in the running for second place. Signing off briefly from Chicagoland. We'll be back very soon. Jesse and the entire broadcast crew, stay tuned. Thank you.
That's not.
We are back in studio here in Chicagoland with a special guest, our recently crowned champion. It is the one and only Dr. Bing, Dave Wiegand.
Hey,
Nice to have you in studio here. Tell us a little bit about that
glad
game.
to be here. Well, it started out well. The first tile I picked was a blank. That's always that's a good start. So easy bingo. I had a couple more fairly easy plays and built a 100-point lead, so I was feeling pretty good. But then Jesse came roaring back with 3 bingos and 4 turns and made it really tense. So going into the end game, I had a lead of 30-ish, and there were not a lot of bingo threats because the vowels were running low, but there were definitely scoring threats with Z. And so I was worried. I was just trying to score as much and block out some of the bigger threats that I could and try to hang on, and it worked.
Talk to us a little bit. We were definitely generating some discussion after Jesse plays Greece. He's just played 1 tile. Tell us a little bit about your thought process there as you're thinking about all the possible things that could be coming after that.
Well, that was down to 1 in the bag, so it's only 8 possibilities. I didn't see any huge Z plays with agree, so I was just worried about bingos through the A, and I saw catnapper if the Z was in the bag, so I had to block that, and I figured I could hold on with enough points playing Davy as I did, and he wouldn't be able to score enough even if he got a big Z play. He had Pesant for like 60. I would still pull it out.
Yeah, and it's kind of poetic, fitting, really. You got to play Davy
know.
to see how to deal with that.
Davey for the
There,
win.
there may have been a better play, but that got the job done.
And you have a story forever now. You can say, Davey won the championship. And it actually means 2 things. So do we know who Dave is playing in the next round?
I believe he's going to be playing against the very formidable opponent of Bai. So
Oh,
I think he can
amazing.
handle that one. Yeah.
Amazing. Does that mean you're off to have perhaps a celebratory beer or maybe sticking around with us or what's going
It's a
on?
little early. There's definitely beer in my future.
In that magical crystal ball, it's like, I see
Yes.
beer in my future.
Yes. But yeah, I can hang around the studio if you guys are.
We are always
Looking
up
for
for that. That would be amazing.
That'd be fun.
How
Yeah,
can we
well,
beat guest commentator Dave Wiegand? I mean, like, we might as well just throw in the towel and call it a day.
We can grab a beer.
Yeah. All right. So we do have our next matchup confirmed, right? It is Will and
I am
Eldar again, or are we
pretty
doing something
sure of
else?
that. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is basically now that Dave is Gibsonized, there's going to be a race for second place, and it's going to be basically a Queen of the Hill pairing where the top person and the third person in that race play each other. And I think right now the standings are showing that we've got Will, who's on top of the race for second place, and David Eldar, who's in third in that race with Jesse in the middle. So I think we're going to have Will playing Eldar on table 1 and Jesse playing Thomas Reinke, who's in 5th on table 2. This is all like 99% confirmed, and we'll let you know when it's 100, but I believe that's what's happening. So we're going to have Will and Eldar on table 1 for our commentary.
And that will be an amazing matchup. Both players having a solid showing. Will's streak finally finished, and a massive score at that, unfortunately.
Yeah. There was still a chance of Will catching Dave here and taking first place, but then Will lost by 300 to David Eldar. So
Oof.
he is out of the race. A 689 to 389 final. So 300 points exactly on that one.
Eldar did
Yikes.
that thing, that scoring the points thing. Highly recommended strategy.
That might be the high game of the whole tournament. I don't know.
I haven't seen in this division anything higher than that for sure.
Yeah,
I feel like we
680.
would have gotten that story by now, probably somewhere in the director chat.
You'd think so. Yeah.
Remarkable. Yeah, so we're just going to take a very brief break here, just while we wait for that pairing confirmation for board 1. We'll be back probably 5 to 10 minutes with that. And if Dave is willing to stay in studio, we'd love to have him provide his expert analysis. All right, well then we are joined on site by another guest commentator. You love to see it. We'll be right back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks for watching. We will see you again in Chicagoland here very soon. Stay tuned. Thank you. We are back in Lisle/Naperville for round 30 of 31 here at the Word Cup. Jesse Matthews here in studio with Evans Clinchy, and shortly joining us as well will be the champion, recently crowned in the last round, Dave Wiegand. He's gone on a coffee run, and we'll be back in the room shortly with celebratory coffees. I gave him the last of the caffeinated coffee this morning at the breakfast buffet, and took a decaf. I took one for the team, guys, like actually literally. So Dave decided to repay and get me a proper coffee now that he's essentially just enjoying himself and has clinched that first prize. Welcome back. We have got Will Anderson and David Eldar fighting for second place, and that will be $5,000 in the line, so no small chunk of change.
Not at all. And bear in mind, these are not the only two players in that race for second place. Jesse Day is also very much alive. In fact, it's most likely that either Will or Jesse finishes second, as Eldar is actually 1.5 wins back in the standings. Actually, wait a minute.
I would say
That's not
update
correct.
those
Let me refresh
standings.
that. My bad.
And it looks like Eldar is pulled very nicely to begin
He's half a
here.
win back.
He has got, my stream is a little fuzzy,
Yeah, he won last
Sulfa
round.
and E blank.
Oh, okay. Very good start for Eldar, as he's drawn some blank bingos, it looks like. Yeah, so Avo is definitely the play, and he puts the first A on the star. That makes a lot of sense. And all sorts of bingo options here. Sulfate, fluates, flans, Vazful. Take your pick. And Will has drawn the other of the two blanks, so they're both going to bingo on this turn. And we're off to a rip-roaring start. You can already see it.
And you know, all things considered with the score on the last game, it seems like Will scored decently well, despite losing by that massive score.
For sure.
It's been pointed out that Will would have a double-double if it were left untouched. Seems unlikely, but all the same. It is Eldar on turn, as pointed out in the chat, and with the L to hook Ava, it seems pretty highly likely that spot is not going to remain.
Yeah, a lot of the best plays hook an S onto Ava, such as, yeah, all the bingos I said, sulfate, fluates, etc. You could either hook an S or an L, because Aval is, I think that came up earlier in this tournament as well. We've seen that Aval hook already.
Yes.
So assuming a play like that comes down, we're going to see if Will is able to hit a high-scoring bingo in response.
Depending on what Eldar plays, Avail, Aval takes the E hook on the end, could be a potential part of the response.
I see Wayman in the chat mentioning Fava Blues. There's really two problems with that. I mean, one is that it's not a word, and the other is it's not a bingo.
Yeah.
You'd be using your blank to score like 48 or something.
No.
It's a 6-tile play.
Brett Smitheram points out Ferulas and Aval creates no massive threats. Yeah.
Seems pretty good.
Placement is quite good on that.
Yeah. Yeah, if Ferulas come down, I mean, we would see, I was just looking in Quackle at what we would see after a play like Ferulas, and there is a very nice overlap of lasered or tasered.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Avail, depending on the play, could be coming in very handy here.
Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting.
Should be interesting to see what is chosen.
You know, we were talking earlier in the tournament about the David Eldar School of Time Management, but this is move one, and David is 3.5 minutes in, so a little
And
bit of.
here we go. It's been lined up.
Okay. Okay.
Question is, what is he going to make the blank?
The letters are in that order. I have a guess. Oh, is speculas good?
Speculas is a word.
Oh,
that's what
I
was
see, I see, I
saying.
see. Okay. We will definitely need confirmation that the blank is either a. It appears to be an R. We're hearing from the producers.
R as
Okay.
in Robert, so that would leave tasered
Yeah,
or lasered as
tasered or
two
lasered.
comeback
With
plays.
all of the overlaps, making FA and ES and RE and so on.
This is one of those racks where if it comes up on Aerolith or even in Zizivar, I'm just like, man, do I really have to put in all of the answers for this? And it's kind of the same thing on a board where it's like, do I really have to look through all of the choices for this?
But sometimes you need one specific one, as is the case here. So, that goes to show that all words matter.
Oh, wait, he's put Avaz. Never mind. I am so sorry.
Oh, different play than we thought. Okay.
Yes.
I think, oh yeah, nothing plays now. It's just sadness. Yeah, now you got some boring bingo from the A, like awardees. Oh, you still can play a big 6 overlap thing. Who sees the big 6 overlap thing that is still playable for Will Anderson now? It does not involve Avast, although I can see why one would guess that. There is one 6 overlap bingo that is still playable.
Brett points out that with that last play, he's trying not to open other quadrants by using that positioning.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Leon asks, where is this being held? It is being held in Chicagoland, specifically in Lisle or Naperville, one of the outer suburbs of the greater Chicago area in the United States of America.
All right, a couple of correct guesses in the chat. Hederas, Hederas, is the bingo that plays with 6 overlaps alongside of Theralas. That would be 80 points. It's not necessarily the best play. You could also play awardees just in the middle of the board from the A. Both of them are 80. And it's interesting to think about, the board dynamics of each one. Things would certainly be a little bit more closed up after Hederas than they would be after awardees. And so Will's got to think about, what kind of game do I want to play here? Do I want to get all fast and loose and wild and open, or maybe not so much?
Tiggy asks, are there any women in the finals? Assuming you're referring to this division, I'm not sure if in the greater race for prize money in this division, if there are women in contention, but I do know that in, I believe it was Division 2, we had several very strong contenders.
Yes, Division 2 is a very diverse field featuring a lot of interesting candidates for the prize there. So currently Noelle Livermore and BJ Premore are doing battle. That's 2 men on table 1, but there are a number of women in the top 10 right now fighting for big prize money, including such names as Yukiko Loritz, Terry Kang, Randy Goldberg, Rohina Tenveer, and Lindsay Shin, who's currently in 10th place. So that'll answer that question for you. It's a very male-heavy Division 1, I'm not going to lie. But definitely one of the long-term goals of the Collins Coalition, and I think of the Scalpel community in general, is to become a more diverse community for diversity of all kinds, whether it's races, ethnicities, genders, sexual orientations, you name it. We would love to have, all people feel welcome in the community and feel like they can really compete at the highest levels if that's what they want to do.
Oh, Hederas has come down.
Oh, very nice play. You love to see it. Yeah, that's great.
It looks like Wabin is not Wabin. Wabin is commenting that Deldar is appearing to be holding.
'Tis good, though. If he challenges, it's going to be +5 to Will. Coco's stance on cyborgs. I think we're scared of them. Cyborgs make me uncomfortable. I haven't really gotten the scared of cyborg stance approved by the entire board of directors, so don't quote me on that yet. But me personally, they're creepy. That's my take. All right, looks like there was no challenge, right? Just a hold on Hederas and no challenge, I believe.
I believe so.
Okay. I didn't see the clock stop at any point. Speaking of cyborg, David has most of the letters in that word on his rack.
And speaking of cyborgs, Nigel Richards is not here. Electro Llama, hello. Welcome to the chat and to the broadcast. Nice to have you here.
So not Cyborg, but Coburg, C-O-B-U-R-G, is one of the words available here to Eldar. He can play Coburg, making Kavas with the hook, the C hook for 24 points. Oh yeah, Corbing is a word that unfortunately he can't play because there's no N on the board, but a nice spot in chat nonetheless. Corbing.
Vicious Rhubarb, welcome to our broadcast. Mentioning you are here from the recommended broadcasts on Twitch. In awe of that overlap play. It is a beautiful play, I would have to agree.
Oh yeah.
For anyone who is ranging from the kitchen player to even the expert player, you know, you love to see spots like that. Very skillful. Electra Lama says they're a Jesse Day fan. He, as in Jesse Day, was my ultimate Frisbee coach. That's cool. I like that. Sick draw for Eldar, says Jeremy Koo. Yeah.
Wow, he's drawn, yeah, cigarette right out of the bag. Very nice. Almost as sick as lung cancer, yes.
Ooh, going for that sick analysis there. Ooh, and you know who we have back in the room? We have the good doctor, fresh from the coffee run.
Dr. Bing has 3 coffees in hand. You love to see it.
Yes. So, true to form, he did say it was a little bit too early for beer yet, which is valid, but not too early for coffee. So we are caffeinating on stream.
All right. What we got so far?
Close game early. Both players bingoed on move 2, or I guess one for one and 2 the other. So 92-91, close game, and it is Will on turn holding the Z and the V and some other stuff.
Hmm.
I hope I can slurp my coffee a little bit and not make too much noise in the mic, but let me know if that's a problem.
I feel like there's probably some coffee variation on mukbang, where instead of like there's the eating sounds that people watch on streams on places like Twitch, there's like the sipping coffee sounds. Perhaps that's like morning ASMR, like there's that satisfying sound of a coffee being sipped. Jeremy comments, this Zed is surprisingly useless.
Yeah, there's ways to score 30-ish, but nothing more than that. I think playing Ooze at the bottom next to Bago will be a little bit crazy aggressive. Not sure if he wants to do that.
Zoo looks okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Does set up a big Zeta play. Hey.
Interesting that 4 of the 9 A's are already gone. Yeah, so Zoo next to Farrell's making Zed. Or an hour is definitely an option here. Well, Will has Tozy arranged on his rack.
Where does Tozy play?
Oh, he's making Tozy and Bast. Okay.
Interesting.
32 points. Doesn't open anything too crazy. What is Bast takes an O, right? Yeah, Basto. Oh, Bast takes a lot of hooks. A-E-I-O-S. Very interesting. So there's going to be an open lane on the right side of the board, I'm guessing, for a little bit here.
So apparently Aaron Bader harshly judges the rest of the world for using the correct pronunciation of Zed. That's okay. You're allowed to be wrong. We love you anyway. Matthew Tunnicliffe asks, is there a World Cup 2023 announced yet? That I'm not sure of.
Not yet. It's going to be a little bit, I think.
He's got cigarette.
Yep.
A nice play.
Pasta.
Ooh, yeah. Cigarette and Basta for 90. So Eldar with kind of a 1 bingo lead here, 181 to 124.
Cesar asks, basta means enough in Spanish. How is it also Shakespeare? I'm trying to think of like, maybe it shows up in The Merchant of Venice or like one of those plays. Perhaps it's been borrowed from that. Like, who knows? And yes, it is also Italian for enough, as points out. I believe that's Matthew Bernardino, if I recall my usernames correctly. Please let me know if I'm wrong.
He's got Voipadu.
Voipadu.
Nothing too great.
Yeah, a lot of the strongest equity options are pretty scary in terms of what they open up. for your opponent. Like you don't really want to play something like avoid or ovoid at the bottom if you can help it. Just give your opponent an easy triple. You could play Devo, but that takes a T for divot. That's pretty scary as well.
I think ovoid looks okay. You
Think so?
gotta get rid of the stuff, score some points, and he's behind. He needs to open the thing. So it also retains PA for possible plays on column O.
Yeah, AP
Zep
things
and-
maybe.
and
Yeah.
Aita.
Yeah.
Said no one points out Basta was made one play at a time. Yeah, that's in reference to it building slowly to the right, starting with Ferula's creating BA and then Hedera's creating BAS. It's certainly fun to have seen that unfold. You don't always get to see something extend all the way out like that to an overlap up to 5.
Unfortunately, no more building is possible.
Yeah.
No,
There's an
but some-
extension in toroidal Scrabble, but we're not going to mention that word on the air.
All right.
A tough spot for Will.
Yeah, it looks like he's got ovoid arranged on his rack. I wonder if he's considering that.
Seems like the play. It's not,
Oh, and he is going to put it down, it looks like. Oh, no? Yeah, he is. Okay. Ovoid indeed. And yeah, it's the clock. Okay. So that puts him back within 33 here. Still a fairly close game.
it's like Eldar can do Sidify,
Ooh,
something like that.
yeah, Sidify looks pretty nice.
Blocks everything, scores well.
Yeah, that C is nice and defensive. Hard to overlap, although both H's are still out there.
Jeremy Koo points out that Will has drawn a paid at minimum over on column O, as mentioned
Ooh,
before. That will
yeah.
score very nicely.
Yeah, so a paid, if unblocked, will be 56. Yeah, that's a big play. And I don't think it is going to be blocked. Like none of Eldar's best plays prevent a paid from happening.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So Aaron Bader's provided a quote from Taming of the Shrew. That is, of course, a work of Shakespeare where Basta shows up in the dialogue from one of the characters. Potential source material for that word.
I'm sure it's how Will feels about these beatings he's taken the last round and a half from Eldar. Basta, enough!
Yes.
Stop pummeling me. Not that he's getting pummeled too bad in this one. He's certainly still alive. These two guys competing for possibly second place at World Cup. Our co-commentator Dave Wiegand is Gibsonized for first place, and there is a very exciting race for second, including Will, David, and also Jesse Day is alive in that race. Jesse's currently on board 2 playing Thomas Reinke, and so we'll keep an eye on that result as well. Jesse has 19 wins equal to Will, which means they're both a half game up on David Eldar. Looks like Sidify is definitely the best play. I mean, I'm not sure what else there is to think about. It's certainly better to play Sidify than Nitrify in this situation since you're up and you want to keep things a little bit closed off for your opponent. Wonder what else is going through David's mind here.
Here it comes.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, and it's on the board. Okay. So Sidify comes down, and David is pretty much in a one bingo lead position here, although a paid is probably coming. A paid or a DAW, AGAW, which scores pretty well. That's another option.
Probably just take the points with the paid.
Yeah, seems pretty strong. David drawn? Oh, he's drawn. There's no T available for
Relaxan.
relaxant. Yeah. No T for relaxant. Okay.
Or Alexander through split E's.
Yeah,
Or A. Split E. DE. DE he needs for Alexander.
oh, yeah. All right. Will's going to choose a DAW. Okay. Keeps IMP, an interesting leave to be sure. Giving up 7 points, though, compared to a paid.
Not sure I agree with that.
Yeah, 7 points is quite a bit. But the game is a little bit closer now. Eldar up by only 16. And he's going to have his choice of possible X plays coming up here. There's Axe, there's Vax from the V.
Yeah, he needed the DE instead of ED to have Alexander.
Some discussion in the chat, including wondering if Will missed a paid, and as it was mentioned by someone else, Will had a paid lined up, so no, it does not seem like he missed it. It was an intentional choice to go with a DAW instead.
He's drawn another W. So maybe it was smart.
That amazing predictive vision.
Eldar drops Axe for 32.
Yeah, 245, 197.
Looks like Eldar has drawn Almners, says
Ooh.
Aaron Bader.
I don't immediately see if that, oh, of course that plays.
Lavas.
As is a word. Oh, and lavas. Yeah, pretty strong position here for Eldar, as Will is not drawn super well.
Yeah, this is ugly for Will.
Yeah, he's going to need a bingo soon to come back. Well, I mean, after Eldar bingos, he might need 2 of them. Looks like he's lined up Impede on his rack through the ED at the top of the board there. And he does play it. Okay. And we're going to see an Insta Almners from David.
Where did he play Almners?
Looks like it's going to be underneath Impede forming is. Okay.
Yep.
So 93 points up now is Eldar. And Will really wants to draw something good here. And
Looks like he has. He's had a Whittier pull.
Whittier. Okay. He's got a bingo and it does play.
The chat's pointing out Tavas as the potential spot for that.
Nice draw to WIE.
Yep.
Always keep the weekend leave. It's good strategy.
Highly recommended. He learned the second time. He got rid of the W the first time, you know?
Clearly, he did not know how to draw well against Eldar last round. So I guess he's learned some things since then.
Indeed. Perhaps got some insight from Dave between rounds on that coffee run.
All right. The best placement of Whittier is the one making Tavas, and Will does play it. Good job there.
Speaking of coffee run, I see Donna is back. Welcome back. You too are caffeinated. Very good.
Yes, and queens almost.
Yeah, he's a U.
Is N queens good?
I don't think so.
180. 181.
Or wait, is it?
Doesn't quite fit.
Oh yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
not good.
only unqueens is an 8 available with this rack, but no U available for David, unfortunately for him. Is there a hold on Tadas? Because Will hasn't drawn any tiles, it looks like.
He has him face down, it looks like.
Yeah, Will's
Oh,
got
maybe he's just
tiles
doing his
face
tracking.
down.
Never
Yeah.
mind. Okay.
So
Yeah.
is
So
there any
this-
good plays? Quern.
Yeah, it looks like
dropping
something like Quern or Queen.
Quern for 30 seems pretty good. Keeping ENS.
And Donna points out the C is blocking the bottom triple. Yeah, for the most part it is. As mentioned further up, there's been some reference to the fact an H still hasn't showed up. And the reason for that being highlighted is because the only letter that hooks a C is an H, and that would play along the bottom row. So yes, C is mostly blocky.
Who doesn't know the word? Yeah, 25 tiles left, and 2 of them are H's. Pretty high H percentage. Yeah, a lot of H conversation in chat. Look at that. Everybody's asking about those H's.
Ironically, Eldar's tile makes a bingo with the H. I think he also needs another vowel, either an E or an I. Yeah, there you go. That would do it. 2 spellings, that lovely word. Suleiman OGL says, hi, where do you recommend for playing online? Oh boy, there's a few people in this chat who can answer that question.
Well,
I
think we
will
should be
avoid
careful
making
because
any
we have
comments.
sponsors paying us to air this broadcast. So we want to be mindful of not shouting out their competitors.
Yeah.
No.
I think I'm obligated to say that we are brought to you by PlayScrabble.com. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that for now. We can talk more later.
Mhm.
They're paying your paycheck, okay?
It's true. So,
I ain't getting nothing for
Scopely.
All right, it looks like
Quern goes down.
Quern through the R. Okay. That's as good a choice as any, I suppose. Quern, Queen, they're all pretty similar options, and he picks one.
He's almost got Joe Edley. Joe Gedley.
Hold. Ruloy says, go Will. Hello, nice to have you in the broadcast. Will is hotly in contention for second place at this tournament. Good to see we have some of the Standersons in the chat. Ben Schoenburn says, I'm probably not going to finish with a single digit spread. I drew too well today. Well, there's still time to fix that.
Mean, but true. Well, I guess if Ben's in the chat, that means he's only got one game left. He must have finished his round 30 already.
Yeah.
Eldar has bingos through C.
Oh, yeah.
Got the H, the critical H.
Yeah, I believe there's 2 bingos through the C with that rack.
Mhm.
If anybody in chat wants to call them out, I'm sure somebody spots them. Oh, yeah, I see Rob says he needs an A, C, or T. Oh, no, just a C or a T. That's the word
Right.
A, not the letter A. Oh, wow, yeah. Tough bingo with a T. I didn't see that one at first. Tough spot here for Will as he evaluates his J scoring options. You could do something like Jolly, Jolley is valid.
He's only down 23 now. It's not looking so bad for him. Is that the right score?
No, it's like 348.
There's a
Oh,
little bit of a
okay.
lag on this monitor, but or there's just
So Eldar's 348.
yeah, sorry. Corrected score is a 348, 295. It's a
Okay.
53 point deficit for Will here.
So Jolly brings him then
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, Jolly would make it pretty close. We are fighting to overcome laggy internet here at the Naperville Doubletree Hotel, doing the best we can.
He would probably prefer to leave bingo lanes open. Well, if he has another option besides Jolly, that would be blocking a lot.
Couple of questions. Jog potentially setting up Yelled, and then Vanita asks, is Judgy too reckless?
Judgy through the U and Quern.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I think equity-wise, a lot of these plays are pretty similar, you know, scoring in the 30s-ish with leaves that are only okay. So you just got to think about the dynamics of the board after each one and what he wants to see this board look like. 14 tiles in the bag. And it's kind of a funky looking pool with B's and H's and K's and stuff. Not a lot of vowels either. Considering all that, it's going to be pretty hard for Will to get a bingo. Not impossible, but hard.
I think he's lined up Jolly.
That is a lot of points. It's quite tough to turn that down.
Oh, and now he's looking at Judgy. Oh, he's going to play Judgy, it looks like.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So no spot for those bingos that you guys were talking about. No spot for none such or unchosen or unhonest. Unhonest. It's a weird word. Why not just dishonest? But it is what it is.
So to answer the questions in the chat earlier, well, Will has deemed that Judgy is okay and not too reckless, so he's gone for that. Joel Sherman's mention of a potential for Honey Bun earlier is actually pretty close. Not quite there, but very close.
Honey Sun. You could fish the S, try to draw the B.
Is he holding, you think?
I think Will was just quickly writing something down first. There we go.
Hope he wasn't tracking before he draws. That's instant disqualification.
That's a reference to etiquette and rules, technically, as far as what you're supposed to do in sanctioned Scrabble play. You're meant to draw your tiles and then make notations as far as scores and racks.
Yeah, we can bring up the pool for you guys. That's a good idea. With 10 in the bag. We'll show it to you in a second. These are the 16 tiles unseen. Or 17, excuse me, sorry. As I was saying before, pretty light on vowels and pretty funky with the consonants. B, H, K, P, kind of some weird stuff.
He probably wants to play through the Y to stop easy K plays there.
True, yeah.
Honey or Hyson.
Yeah, Hyson looks very strong, 45. How much does losing the S matter? It looks like not the best board for an S anyway.
Hello, Jameson. Welcome to the broadcast. Saying I've never seen one of these events before. Interesting, they spin the board and pull the tiles from bag above their head. Yeah, there's custom boards that we have available to purchase at various tournaments around the world. And then as for the bag above the head, that's a choice of drawing technique. There's really, that accomplishes all of the major things in the rules. You are meant to avert your gaze from the bag while drawing tiles, or have it held high enough so that you actually can't see in the bag while you draw tiles. So often people will just put the bag above their eye level to avoid any issues. Some people don't bother with that and just look away while they're drawing instead. Those both accomplish the same principle, which is that you can't see inside the bag while you draw tiles.
All right, Heisen does come down. I think I like that play a lot.
Yeah, 45 points. Nice.
SSR says, the problem with that is now I draw anything with a bag above my eyes. I have eaten potato chips multiple times this way.
Dar's got Neutron.
Ooh.
Plays at the top if that stays open. Or unordered. No, not underneath.
Looks like not quite neutrino.
No.
It'd have to be neutrino, basta, and OV. So Will is down by a bingo-sized margin with 6 tiles left in the bag. This is really tough for him. There's really no like intuitive way to make a comeback happen. He's gonna have to get real creative.
About oop at the bottom, maybe?
Oop at the bottom.
Bottom right.
Yes, on top of Sidify.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you can try to bingo with ELNOR. Unfortunately, he's going to lose instantly to Neutron if he does that, we happen to know.
Yeah, that's what he does.
That's what he does. Okay.
Seems like a good play.
Yeah.
Going for a bingo. But it's not going to work.
Sad. Oh, and Neutron immediately shows up on the board. David Eldar wastes no time at all. Okay.
Alex Dings says, this is the second to last round, right? Yes, I can confirm. This
Yes,
is
it
round
is.
30 of 31. So we will have one more round of coverage following this match.
So it looks like Bilk, B-I-L-K. Those are the last 4 tiles David's about to draw from the bag. And Will has got nothing here. Down over 100 and
GG.
Yeah, that is a
GGCY.
GG.
So a rough go of it for Will Anderson. He came into the day in second place with a chance at possibly even first, but he drops 2 in a row to David Eldar. And that's going to make the race at the top of the standings for second place get really interesting.
And for obvious reasons, we don't have a matchup for board 1 yet, just because it will likely be the 2 people most likely in contention for second in the final
Yeah.
round. And speaking of which, do we know, are you on a buy twice for sure?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that means
confirmed.
hopefully you're staying with us. Some more of your
Sure, if you're
incredible
not-
insight.
If you're not tired of me.
Oh, not at all. Please stay.
You brought us coffee. That counts for a lot.
That would just be the worst. Thanks for the coffee note. Get out. We would never.
So as far as pairings for the next round, I think it's going to be a while. We've got 18 games in progress in each round, and this is one of the faster ones to finish, it looks like. We've only got 2 results in so far, and one of them is Dave Wiegand versus Bai, with Dave squeaking out the win 50-0. So still waiting on most of the other results.
A true nail-biting match.
And of course, traditionally, Jesse Day has been one of the last results to trickle in each round, so it might be an extra long wait because of that.
Yes, and to that point, someone has asked how Jesse is doing. We probably don't have any
Yeah,
information
we
on that
don't
since he
know.
is
We can
likely
get somebody to go
last.
stalk him, but I don't feel comfortable with that right now.
Yeah.
Wait till it's a little bit less pressure on him.
Tiggy says, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Well done, David. Yep, definitely for this one. Nice play.
So it's still Will's turn here. We've seen Will be very precise with his end games, even in games that are decided, 100 points for or against him. He's always deliberate to find the best play in his end games.
Alex points out the whole field is likely tired of Dave, probably. To be fair, you did lay some smack down there. Although you were playing with your food for a little bit yesterday and then you decided to finally have dinner.
Right.
Said no one asks, is it rude to stand next to players and observe? This is generally speaking, this is considered a faux pas. Usually if you are in the playing room, the unspoken etiquette is usually if you are going to be anywhere remotely near, you would very casually stroll by, not spending any time looking other than on your way by. You wouldn't be staring or giving any body language that could suggest to their opponent what that player might have on their rack. You are meant to be as close to a fly on the wall as possible if you happen to walk by the board, but you should not stick around.
And no looking up words on your phone.
Exactly.
Like, oh my God, is that good? Oh, let me check.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that ever.
Basically, anything that telegraphs anything as far as information goes from a player's rack, you definitely want to avoid doing that. So for
Yeah.
the most part, it's easier just not to walk by unless you're very familiar with all these nuances of tournament Scrabble culture. But yes, you technically could.
All right. Horn from Will, Kid from Eldar. These look like perfectly fine plays, and they're going to play out the end game from here. Yeah. Will could have turned NIS into NIL. That would have been really cool. But
Ooh.
can't blame him for not bothering to look. He's down by 100 and just wants to get this over with, I think. Although I contradicted what I just said about Will being very deliberate about his end games. In any event, it's going to be a 491 to 412 final as Eldar takes down Anderson here in round 30.
Double here for sure. That's all on.
And just taking a quick peek at the other results for this round. Looks like a win for Ben Schomburg over Samuel Gasaga and a win for Brian Bowman over Conrad Bessel-Bashar, but nothing from the very top tables. We're waiting on Jesse and Thomas Reinke, most importantly, and a couple others as well. So we'll have to keep you posted. Might be a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. So what we know right now is Will is going to remain at 19 wins. Eldar is going to pass him at 19 and a half. And we'll see what happens with Jesse Day. So I think if Jesse wins, he'll play Eldar for a second. And if Jesse loses, Will play Eldar for a second because Will's got a higher spread than Jesse. So either way, David Eldar is in a win or bust game for second place. So
Indeed.
$5,000 on the line, 2,500 for third and 1,000 for fourth. A lot at stake here in this last round coming up. We will have to see what happens. For now, it's just going to be scoreboard watching as we see what results trickle in from these top tables.
Do we have any update from the second division as far as how that's gone?
I think no. I think we're still waiting on that as well. Let me just double check that though. I mean, the most important game is between Noah Livermore and BJ Premore, and those two guys are. All I know is they have not submitted a result yet, so don't know. So yeah, it's still pretty early in the round. These two guys, Will and Eldar, play pretty fast, so they were among the earlier ones to finish up.
Jesse Day does not play very fast.
Yeah, that's been an issue for us.
And then just to make things interesting, you decided to use up even more time than him a couple of times, which we are not used to seeing.
Yeah, there was one game where Jesse
One
was
time
doing-
the clock foiled me.
Yes.
And
You were
made
over
me
by
go
2
over.
seconds,
Yeah.
right? Something like that?
I pressed it. Failed.
We're just going to very quickly cut over here in studio while we get board one set up for the final round of coverage here. You can see the absolute proof we do have the champion here in person, who is not a cyborg.
or a Coburg.
No. In fact, the real deal, the one and the only. So were you able to actually get any of the challenges done this morning with the Wi-Fi?
I did my favorite, the blank bingos, and got 99%.
Amazing.
Only 99, for shame.
Wow. Was
I
that
missed-
actually through to the end, or did the Wi-Fi cut you off?
It cut out once, but I managed to get back in time. I
Amazing.
still missed one. Kicking myself.
Ooh, that'd be a fun one. Let's pose it to the chat. What's the alphagram?
It was AIMMNRT blank. There were, I think, 3. I only got 2 in time. Not Mini Mart.
You got that one?
That's not, is that right? Mini Mart?
Isn't Mini Mart a word?
I feel like I see them in my travels all the time. I'm just not confident in Scrabble.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, there you go. It means
Yep.
exactly what you would think it does. Nice work. The
Mhm.
chat is on their game
Chat
today.
is smart.
We were talking a few days ago when the Wi-Fi was really bad, just about your average being skewed slightly because of it cutting out. People possibly looking at the standings list being like, since when does he get 63% on any challenge ever?
Slipping.
We blame that on the Lyle Naperville Doubletree Wi-Fi.
I was going to say, speak for the Doubletree only. The Sheraton's much better. We're
Yeah.
getting great Wi-Fi.
Akrater asks, so does that make me Word Cup champion? I believe that is in reference to finding all of the words, doing all of the
Yeah.
things.
Well done.
He's going to mail you a check for $10,000. What's your address?
Very good. Enoch Nwali sends his congratulations to you.
Hey,
Donna has been watching as a fan. She came in randomly from the other worlds of Twitch and has enjoyed watching you play. Has been rooting very strongly for you. Happy to see that you have pulled it out at her celebratory coffee on your behalf as well.
cheers.
Cheers. There you go. We're going to trust that you're cheersing through the screen with your coffee, Donna. Let's see if I've missed anything else.
Looks
in
like
the
still
chat.
no results on the most important games in Divisions 1 or 2. Still waiting on Jesse and Thomas. Still waiting on BJ and Noel.
Got it.
I can give an update on something very, very important. We have the final results of, there was a raffle
Ooh.
at the front table where there's a bunch of purple cocoa branded M&Ms in a jar, and you've got to guess how many M&Ms are in the jar. The raffle has concluded. I believe the final answer was it 2078 or 89, some number just over 2000. And the closest guess was made by Josh Castellano himself, who guessed 2000. He was just a little bit off. Nitya Chakti was in second place, who guessed 2300, and then Sandy Nang 1700. So congratulations to Josh, Nitz, and Sandy on their
Wow.
very excellent M&M estimation skills.
Mm.
I'm just waiting for results to trickle in, man. I got to make content somehow. I'm just,
Son of Wince won something. Sad.
Certainly wasn't Scrabble.
I think just while we get ready for the last match to show up here, we're going to take a very quick break from in studio. We'll be back in the next 5-10 minutes, provide that live coverage. We'll be joined again here by Dave Wiegand, Jesse, and the entire commentary crew signing off one last time before we come back for that last run of coverage. Stay tuned. We'll see you again soon. Welcome back to Chicagoland for World Cup 2022, our final round of coverage. We're already here, although I guess already makes it seem like it was fast. It was kind of fast and slow at the same time with all the drama we've had here, not just Scrabble drama. There's, of course, lovely health and safety related things that have been interesting, but we have crowned our champion. He is sitting next to us. Dave Wiegand is graciously joining us in studio to provide his expert analysis in this final round. We are joining Dave. That's probably the appropriate thing to say. We're joining Dave in the studio this round.
Whatever.
Jesse Matthews and Evans Lynchy alongside Dave Wiegand to provide analysis here. So yes, we have Jesse Day who will be going first against Dave Eldar to see who can take that second place title. Welcome back, everybody. Let us just check to see if they're good to go. It looks like, I'm actually seeing in the background on our director chat, both David Eldar and Jesse Day want first and seconds to be checked so they can make sure that the right person is going first.
Geez. Okay, that might take a little bit of time to do.
So apparently we're not quite set to go as far as who is first
Is
yet.
there a reason that they have doubts on this?
I'm not sure. I'm just looking at the chat
All right.
on my phone as we speak.
Hopefully they're checking with one of the other directors and not me because I'm on the air. Okay, Allison says it's fine. Or wait,
Eldar has had 15 and is satisfied with that, says
okay.
Allison.
Compelling drama, counting up first here live on the air.
Yeah, we're getting started with a little curveball right away, you know, but looks like we fixed. All right, we're going to head to the board now that we have figured out who's going first. Looks like it will remain Jesse Day. And then just to clarify in the chat, Scott Jackson, Adam Logan tested positive for COVID, so he is currently isolating in his room after dropping out.
Yeah, one of quite a few players in that situation, unfortunately. Not just players, but directors as well.
Yeah, it's been quite the adventure.
Yep.
Okay. I believe I'm commencing.
There's a returning the tiles to the bag. Alex Stings, tongue-in-cheek, says Will needs this game to tie and to win his own game by 594.
Okay.
Interesting. Net Donna wishes the best of luck to both of the players on the table here, vying for second place. Sonic Rick points out Rashid is on an 8-game winning streak, coming back, as was noted by another participant, from 0-7 to start. That is an amazing comeback indeed. Jillian Backgate, welcome to the broadcast. Glad you are enjoying. Thank you for your compliment.
All right, we have letters on racks.
The opaque G.
Opaque G. All right. Seems like opaque is a word you could play here.
Strong.
We have seen a few times, though, Jesse take his time on positions where I would never take very much. Sometimes he has his reasons.
Eldar almost has Will's last rack of the last game.
Oh, wow. All right, looks like opaque is coming down.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah. By Jesse standards, 56 seconds, not bad.
That's a fast play, basically, for him. Jeremy cheekily mentioned the beer hole. Very nice.
There's Ho.
Yeah, a couple of spots you can play Ho, H-O-E, either above or below. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott asking in chat why pattern opaque star returns that it does. Opacus is a word. Do the search correctly, Scott. You can do it.
The chat's mentioning Jesse Day needs the L on David Elder's rack to float somewhere.
Mhm.
Oh, Kilogi.
Kilogi, yeah. Looks like he's not going to get it.
Underneath.
All right, Ho looks like a good play. Keeping a fairly strong lead of ELR.
You agree with the underneath position?
Trying to think of what the difference is. Is there like a hook he might give back?
Well, this way he doesn't give back Bingo's hooking EA.
Yeah, this is more
AE.
defensive. Shu is
E-
basically the only obvious option playing down into the bottom left quadrant as a result. Definitely a more defensive positioning. Eldar's got a nice draw.
Ooh,
Koi appears to be best by far. It's a good play by Jesse.
something with Opaker.
Yep.
Any of a number of Bingos, probably.
Looks like he's just going to play Learier pretty quickly. Wow. Not really pausing to think much at all. We had Eldar in the studio earlier in the tournament, and he basically said, if you've got a bunch of plays that are all basically the same, just pick one. Don't waste your time. And he's following his own rule here. Playing Learier just immediately.
Jesse's got Vigwelt.
Big Wells.
Yeah.
Weeg VLT.
So Dave, when your kids were younger, would they be Wiglets?
Yes. Obviously, he has to keep the WIEG. So
Yeah,
what
so
else
how do you
can he
fish?
do?
Yeah. You just Lev for 14? Yeah. Best play here appears to be Wiglet.
A
And-
moving tribute. That might be a good name for Dave's fandom. They're the Wiglets.
The Wiglets?
I like it.
That's probably better than the what was it, the Wiggets?
The Wiggets?
Yeah. We'll go with Wiglets from here forward because it seems likely it's coming down.
Ooh, yeah, Rob catches that fructose is getting blocked here. Interesting. Wait a minute. Oh, if Wiglet is played, then fructose will be blocked. I see.
No.
Yeah, Futhorx.
Futhorx.
no H. All right, here comes Wiglet.
No N for Functors.
Ooh, Functors, yeah. Ooh, there is a cool 6-letter word that he has available. Not necessarily the best play, but just a cool word. Could be the best play. Scores 42. See if anybody in chat can spot that one. Oh, yeah, we see an oh, yeah, and Jello Mocha's has it. Yeah, Fustak will be a 42-point play at the bottom of the board there next to Learier. Interesting choice here, whether you want to go long and take the points or maybe fish with a better leave.
Is there any really strong fish?
Yeah, I mean, you can play of keeping CRSTU. I'm not sure how strong of a fish that is.
hate the U.
Yeah. This might be one of those moves where you take a little time and think if you're David Eldar. Side monitor says CRSTU seems good. It might be. There's probably some ways to hit a bingo with CRSTU.
If you draw an E, you're in good shape.
Yeah. There are, I believe, 7 E's in the 68 unseen tiles.
Fish off an O, go for that U, try to draw Usufruct. That'd be fun. Why not?
Quackle Simulation says that if you fish OF, you're about 40% to bingo, and if you fish just the F, you're about 58%. But both of those dishes involve significant point sacrifices, so it's a difficult trade-off to make there. Yeah, this is a tough spot for Eldar. I mean, I think to really process this position fully, you've got to go through the alphabet and see how many bingos these fishes hit. at least get kind of a rough estimate of that before you can make a decision. These are the kinds of choices that can take some time to figure out. I would say if you think fishing is likely to work, maybe you try of. If you think it's not, maybe just Fuslock for the 42 points.
I usually tend to take the points in situations like this where it's
Mhm.
close. Could be wrong.
Jeremy Smith says, why fish when you already have koi on the board? Well played.
Nice. Maybe a Fuslock is a fish too. I don't know what it is.
I believe they looked up the
It's
definition
like a
earlier. It's
kind of
French.
wood or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wood
the
of a tree growing in
yeah.
the West Indies. Okay. Not a fish. I feel like 30% of the time I have some obscure word. I don't know what it is. It's a fish.
And
So,
Dave Eldar's got it lined up. Very nice.
oh, Fuslock. Okay.
He's taking
He's
the
going to
points.
play it. Okay.
This does set up a huge Z or Z play
Oh,
potentially.
yeah.
Oh, he's leaving. Oh,
He's
challenge.
challenged,
Okay.
okay. +5 for Eldar because it is good. That's going to make the score 148 to 105. Eldar's up by 43 here.
Tiggy Zax asked an excellent question saying, I notice most players, referring to the ones we've seen on stream, don't play a tight board. Is the ultimate play trying to bingo at every turn? Well, there's certainly different schools of thought on this, but at the expert level, like we have someone sitting next to us who can probably provide a bit of insight on that.
Usually you're trying to balance between bingoing and scoring. It's always, that's the beauty of the game. You're trying to weigh the two options of leave versus score, and also think about defense when you can. So there's no simple answer. You have to consider every board. Sometimes it turns into a defensive-minded board, and you have to play that. But yeah, there's no easy answer.
As the chat concurs, it depends basically on the situation. You actually had a very tight board that you had to play.
Yeah,
during the
and
tournament.
I messed it up.
That was quite the game.
It's not my usual style, and I used too much time and choked in the end game.
Just the Evan Borowski one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a tough game.
There was the discussion of video as one. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw video just moments too late.
Ah. So there's a straightforward X play here, and Jesse Day indeed does make the straightforward X play. So he takes a 10-point lead here, 158, 148. It looks like kind of a weird draw for David here.
Rob noting that it is close to Decemvir on his
Ooh.
rack. Yeah, that would be a nice play if that were there.
So you have Bessemvir. Oh, no, yeah, whatever, something like that.
And Lewis summarizes it nicely. Good motto for Scrabble is that there's no easy answer to any questions like this. There's certainly some baseline theory that we do refer to, but a lot of it is very positional. What I like to refer to as the static and the dynamic components of the answer to any question like that one. One of the ways you start to rise up in the rankings, besides just playing games, is you have that idea of baseline static theory, as I call it, but the more dynamic does come from experience playing games and seeing how things play out depending on your choices.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to modern technology, we can calculate the value of any tile or any combination of tiles, right? Like the S is like 8 to 10, the blank is around 30, but those are only static values, and they're totally dependent on, you know, the nature of the board, the nature of your rack and your opponent's rack, and whether you're winning or losing. There's all sorts of considerations you got to think about at all times. So, as you guys all said, there's never any simple answer.
So here goes Vtex.
I kind of liked Vim and Moho there to get
Mhm.
rid of another thing.
Yeah, BCIMR, interesting 5-tile leave there. for
Maybe
David.
going for Coriam magically through Fewstock. You never know.
Yeah. Would love to get at least one vowel in that draw from
That's a
David.
pretty good
Oh,
draw.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Looks like no bingo, but he's got some interesting combinations.
Just slightly off of comorbid, not quite.
Yeah. Bracco mid.
Yeah. No.
We were just talking yesterday about how Brett Smitherham won that world championship with Bracco mid. But yeah, Bracco mid is not a word.
Jesse's got Vug head.
Bughead. Ugh, Dave.
Conrad would have lined that up 100%. Or if you were still on your losing streak,
Hug
probably
Dave.
hug Dave.
Hug
Yeah.
That sounds more like, yeah.
From the T, you've got Thug Dave.
24.
Chug Dave.
Wow,
Dave,
all
yeah.
sorts of options.
Amazing beer word.
All right, what is Jesse actually playing in real life?
Hugs.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty solid.
Yep, gets rid of the most of the junk he's got. Scores pretty nicely as well. Nice little back and forth game here. Jesse retakes the lead from David. And David's going to take it back this turn.
Said no one suggests Karmic coming down from the K and Koi as a possible move out of all of the options.
Jesse's drawn a bingo off the sea.
Deadly.
Ooh. I just got that. Cyanides are quite deadly. Eldar's got a nice play here of Mbira, M-B-I-R-A, for 35. If he spots that, I think it's pretty clearly stronger than the other options.
Oh, Fem and Herb.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lemon herb.
That's good. That blocks cyanide.
Oh, that
Cyanized.
too, yeah.
It's tough to spot that, though. You should find it, but it's difficult.
Yeah, when you're looking at patterns of letters that fit in a certain spot, you don't usually look at words starting with MB. So it's not like the most intuitive.
Who even considers words starting with MB? Yeah, that's that's not a typical pattern for any sort of affix. That's true.
Yeah, cyanides and cyanides are the only bingos here for Jesse. Nothing else plays. So if this is blocked, he's in trouble. Gonna have to find a much worse backup plan.
Here he goes.
Oh.
He's lining it
He's
up.
got it. Oh, very nice.
Sweet.
Great play.
All right, so Jesse's down by 24 and on turn. We'll see what he
Do
does
like
with this.
DEY, if nothing else.
So this is another one of these points versus fishing for a bingo decisions here. Because he can play
Snidey comes to
Snidey,
mind.
S-N-I-D-E-Y for 43, making Imbiras.
Oh, yeah.
So do you want 43 or do you want to fish for a bingo here?
The fish is just YA and U.
Yeah, YA is 23, keeping dines. So you're giving up 20 points, but you're doing it for a much better chance at a bingo. Also, snidey is not an obvious word. Like, it's hard to be sure that it's good. I think a lot of expert players, you study bingos and you learn words like snidier and snidiest, but how do you spell snidey? Is it with a Y? Is it with an EY? Like, it's hard to be sure. And there's a lot at stake here. You don't want to get this wrong.
It's like Eldar's drawn a pretty clunky rack.
Yeah, it's messy.
I'm expecting YA to come down eventually.
I think so. Even if you are sure of snidey, it might not be the best play. I mean, YA looks very strong.
It's probably going to agonize for about 3 or 4 more minutes.
Look at all the time he has.
Yeah, he's been great with the clock so far. He can afford the 3 or 4 minutes. Simulation says you're a 57% favorite to bingo after playing YA. So that might make it worth it.
And in the process, that would also block the nice spot of Chez for David Eldar in the next turn, as in Chez Ploie, using the French word. Curb and Chez is a very nice spot.
Mm,
Oh, cool.
yeah.
He's still got dits at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also blocks was WUZ, which is one of Eldar's best options. Rob says that EA probably guarantees Eldar plays Dits in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, it does take away the other two items of consideration. Tiggy asks, I noticed that I haven't seen a player exchange tiles. Is it more beneficial to play a couple of bad tiles to enhance your chances of getting better tiles for bingo? And at risk of sounding like a broken record, this depends. Like many of the other things that have come up. There's a few general rules you might want to work with, but yeah, look at that. Sonic Rick is anticipating the answer is it depends. We have seen exchanges on stream.
Yeah, sometimes you absolutely have to exchange. It's just if you have no good plays.
A very general rule is you're thinking about the next couple of turns, what your average score is going to be, and you're comparing what those would be if you play through the letters that you have, or if you take 0 for 1 turn and think about potential scores after you make that exchange. You, of course, can't perfectly predict what you'll score by making that exchange, but you can permute it to some degree as far as what you're likely to score on the next turn, given the board, given what's left in the bag. So the answer is it depends. But at the top level, maybe you exchange a little less often, but you still exchange.
Jesse really taking his time on this one. Difficult spot. I mean, really, your decision here is going to dictate a lot about how the rest of the game goes. You know, if you fish here, you're really committing to, you know, bingo or bust in a way.
If he fishes and Eldar plays Dits, then the board is not going to be super bingo friendly.
Oh, that's true. Yikes.
That'll take out the G possibility.
Yeah.
ING words. Not a lot of other spots currently.
Yeah.
Rebecca points out there are some folks in the lower levels of tournament play who are quite hesitant to exchange when they should, so it probably averages out. You know, that's a valid point. That does come up as well. There can be people who overvalue certain letters like S's or some of the power tiles and are hesitant to exchange when they really should. That's true. There's different reasons for it, but you're right. At the end of the day, that is them also not exchanging when they should.
I'd also just point out that with the Collins Dictionary, which is what all these games we're broadcasting are, I mean, there's just so many words in it that like you're bound to find one. I mean, even the addition of a word like EUOI just gets you out of so many situations where you'd otherwise have to exchange, but you're like, oh, I can play this for 14. It's worth playing through it. There's just so many opportunities to play through tough racks and at least get some points more than 0. All right, what is Jesse playing? It appears to be Sained. That's a phony, it looks like.
Wow.
And it's going to get challenged. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, Jesse trying.
Jesse, what have you done?
SAYNED. There's Sedained, right? SDAYNED.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Yeah. So they're going to come back from the challenge and it's going to come off.
Sonic Rick says, that's so like me, spend 5+ minutes to play a 0-point move.
Oh.
I've been there and done that.
We've all done that once or twice. Tough moment there for Jesse because he needed to score something that'd keep pace. But a free turn now for Eldar.
So he's playing Ditz
Oh, and
quickly.
Ditz comes down right away.
Interesting.
Wonder if he saw Shea.
Well, now if you're Jesse, you can play YA making Ditzy and open up a new bingo lane. That might be something to consider.
Bollington asks, who do they consult when someone challenges? Until recently, it was looking through a paper copy of the Scrabble dictionary, but now
Recently?
there is, well, relatively compared to how long the scene's been around. But for the last decade and some, there has been computer software we've used to formally look up challenges, and we allow that to adjudicate instead. It has greatly simplified the process. Shout out to Michael Thalen, the creator of Ziziva. That was something revolutionary when it first came on the tournament Scrabble scene.
Yeah, players are allowed to use personal phones in this tournament. That's kind of a new thing in Scrabble that we're kind of innovating. People can use their phones instead of walking up to a challenge computer across the room or whatever. But the computer is still an option as well.
So he took Yeed for 11 more points than YA in
Okay.
that spot. I guess he needs the points at this juncture because he's fallen behind in another tempo.
Yeah. And he does still have a good lead with INS.
Did he draw the blank?
It looks like a blank at the end, yeah.
Blank and the J, not great synergy, but you can play through the J first and then bingo later.
Eldar is looking at weighted, going down from Yeed. Sonic Rick says, I miss the times when playing a word over 9 letters could catch unprepared tournament directors with no hard copy dictionary to verify the word. That's in reference, for those of you who don't know, the OSPD and I think CSW as well had a limit of 9 letters in both cases for the printed copies. And then there's an official 10 plus letter version that's sold by Scrabble associations only. But now with software, that's a little less of an issue.
No fun even, right?
Weighted seems right.
Very strong. Jesse on turn, down by 61 now, 277, 216.
And Gene as in Genie
That
seems
should-
pretty
should
straightforward.
be the play.
Nice. Good points, good leave, and good opening some lanes for eights. It accomplishes pretty much everything. And it looks like Jesse lines it up on his rack right away.
Ooh, Eldar.
Not good for Eldar. Look at that draw.
I'm
You did get
sure
one
he
vowel.
would like to Control Alt Delete, throw some of that back in the bag.
All right, so Eldar does draw one vowel, and Jesse does play Jin, keeping PSS blank.
Eldar has LOL. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be laughing in a pleasant way at this rack. This is certainly a tough one to play through.
Maybe like COLL at the top. Don't see much. Yeah, not a fun rack.
Yeah, not great. Yeah, he's got plays in the top right corner making all AWL.
Troll, maybe that's better.
Yeah, troll or
Another letter.
toll, something like that. He's only going to score about 20. Trying to overcome laggy internet and get that score updated. It should say 277, 252 after the 36 for Jesse. There we go. Now it's up. So yeah, only a small lead here for Eldar, up by 25.
And biopsies is also there, I believe, for Jesse Day next turn. If Cole goes down, that should be available.
That's a nice score.
Oh, triples to P. Yeah, that's huge. It looks like that's going to stay open. Yep, I see in the chat some optimism that biopsy is going to come down for Jesse. I think you guys are right. And yes, possible is possible. Clever.
He's got Troll lined up, assuming that's going to the position beside All and Doll.
Unless he's just trolling us.
He could literally just be trolling us. That's true.
Looks like a pause here before he plays it. He's still thinking. Oh. He's trying to spell out trollolol for us, but doesn't quite have enough O's and L's.
I think he's debating Trill. That would certainly hurt Jesse's efforts at coming back.
Trill for 9.
That is the clinical textbook defensive play here.
Yeah, but he's going to play
Gone
troll.
with troll.
Yeah, Jesse
And
will
he's
be
gonna get
relieved
burned.
to see that. Biopsy should be coming in relatively short order.
And yep, immediately biopsies comes down with the maximum score by tripling the P. That's going to be a big old 84 for Jesse Day here and the lead.
Great play.
.336, 297 is going to be your score. A 39-point deficit now for Eldar to make up.
Some discussion in the chat that Jesse Day designated the blank first, as in he wrote it down before making the play. There are some people in the chat who have previously voiced their displeasure at players who do this. It's definitely been a hot point of debate in the past.
I don't think it's debatable. I think it's explicitly frowned upon in the rules.
Kind of a nice rack here for Eldar.
Yeah.
See any bingos?
Yeah, looks like no bingo here for David, so he's going to have to, again, kind of find the right balance between how much of scoring and how much of fishing do you want to emphasize here. The highest scoring play is Cham through the H in Vugs there at the bottom. And that score is 26. So that's certainly one option. He's going to be like a kind of a tempo behind after that play, though. Not exactly clear how he's going to catch up from there. Looks like maybe advantage Jesse a little bit here, but obviously still a long way to go.
Jeremy asks, what's the reason that it's a problem to designate the blank first? It's a psychological thing. Some players have more than anything.
annoying.
It's annoying, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a point of annoyance. Yeah, definitely a psychological thing.
Mind games.
Bullington says that they don't understand it either. It's honestly, I think it's really just a Scrabble culture thing, because technically it doesn't really matter in terms of you're going to get bingoed on, well, or high scored on either way at expert level. It is really just a psychological thing.
Unlike opening vertically, which totally matters, and you're pure evil if you do it.
And sometimes I do just for the chaos. I truly have no preference.
Shout out to Josh Castellano, who has code that can scrape cross tables for everybody's data and give everybody's open vertically percentages. It's interesting to see like which are the players who troll and like open vertically only 10% of the time just to like mess with certain opponents. He's got all sorts of fun data. Anyway, we're watching people play for $5,000, so I guess I'll pay attention to the game.
Alex Ting says, I resign. My opponent marks their blank, then opens vertically. Glad to read that. I will make sure I draw a top 100 blank bingo to start, and I'll make sure I open vertically.
Jam looks reasonable for hitting potential bingos at the top through AGE or ending L.
Oh, yeah.
Going cartage.
Okay. Cartage. Interesting. So it scores 31. So it's just a close game in terms of points. Puts him within 8. We can bring up the unseen tile pool in a minute. There's 16 letters still unseen. And I think the automated pool is actually working this time, so you can see the real letters.
It's going to be pretty tough to get a bingo down now.
Ooh, especially if you draw that. Not
Yeah.
good news for David Eldar.
Potential like retinoic or something.
That's true.
Nothing. Not a lot. Tenorino.
Looks like a 10 consonant, 6 vowel pool. And Eldar is consonant heavy already. He needs to avoid becoming even more so. Yikes.
Yeah, that was not the draw of his dreams.
Nope. Looks like Jesse has AU lined up on his rack. There's a couple of spots he might play that, including to the left of biopsies. I guess that's the only spot he might play that. Yeah, at the bottom right there. Yeah, NJ Devil points out that 3 ends on your rack is just the worst. Yeah, I'll concur. That is not a good draw at all for Eldar. He's in serious trouble here. I don't even know if there's, like,
Counting to make
anything.
sure he has enough. I mean, I don't know if he's going to want to exchange necessarily, but probably just checking to see how much is in there.
Yeah, well, so it's Jesse on turn, and if he plays 3 tiles like it's looking like he might, there's going to be exactly set no counting. There's going to be 6. He can't exchange.
Three of anything except blanks is the worst, says one wonderful fish. Well, it's a good thing we only have 2.
I was going to say 3 blanks is the worst because you're banned for cheating. So
Yeah, and 2 blanks actually, because I am not Dr. Bing. I have a very hard time finding all the bingos whenever there's 2 blanks in there. So
tough.
in a different way, it's the worst. Too
well,
many
he missed
options.
one too. So you know, we're all human apparently. Looks like Jesse's going to make up his mind and play AU, which looks pretty solid.
You.
On the side of biopsies, I believe. Yeah.
Doesn't give Eldar much. Enough. Yes.
Yeah, he's got Neff keeping G, M, N,
Yeah.
N. Meanwhile, the pool
Black.
unseen from Eldar's perspective is amazing, and Jesse's a threat to bingo.
Yeah. Definitely.
Looks like
And no.
he's got Fen lined up on his rack. Not sure where he intends to play Fen.
E-Nations is unlikely to be blocked, the chat says. Where's the T?
Yeah, I'm not seeing
I
E-Nations.
don't think so.
Yeah, if he had a T instead of an N on his rack, that would be the case.
E-Nation's unlikely to be played, counters Jeremy Koo. There you go.
It's okay, Ricky. You're still learning.
Ballington questions, how about letting your clock run down when you're way behind, referring to evil things to do in Scrabble? Ooh, that's an interesting suggestion. I would actually argue letting it run down when you're way ahead and you're already winning by a whole bunch. I would say that's probably more of a psychological annoyance versus like, you're destroying me. Get it over with already. I want to leave and grab something alcoholic.
There's a discussion of Newman or Fung in the chat. I think that's through the U and views. I think that's just going to kill off your bingos. I mean, I don't know if you can survive a play like that. Then again, I don't know what you can do if you're trying to bingo. It's going to be really tough no matter what.
There's been a request to update the unseen tile
I
pool.
did. What?
I guess he just has to do enough and pray that he can squeak out some points, and Jesse doesn't bingo.
Hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for him.
Yeah, so when we say unseen tiles, these are the tiles unseen to David, who's the one on turn. It includes the 7 that are on Jesse's rack, just to make that clear. We're just looking at, from his perspective, what letters he might be concerned his opponent could have. So David kind of shuffling back and forth between, I guess, Neff and Fung and.
Fung, I guess he's hoping to draw the S.
Hmm. I mean, he's looking at a pool of just all these letters in Senorita. I mean, he knows he's not going to get any high scoring words. Like, I don't think something like Mings is going to be enough to win at this deficit. Mings and Fungs in that hypothetical, I mean.
Yeah.
Nang.
Nang.
Huh.
Going for 10 points. Just needs to get rid of ends, I guess. That leaves 3 in the bag. We should have everything updated correctly, I believe. The score is 361, 338, a 23-point lead for Jesse.
Does give him some scoring possibilities with From and the like on the left of AU. Maybe he was thinking there were no more scoring tiles, so he might try to maximize his M and F.
NetDonna asks, what does the second place winner get in this division? That is $5,000.
Yep. We're paying 7 places in total, with the top 4 being 10, 5, 2.5, and 1. 10,000, 5,000, 2,500, and $1,000 for the top 4. And these 2 guys are playing for second place.
Jequezinho says, selling your soul for Scrabble glory. Sounds like a good bargain to me.
I wasn't aware of any souls being sold. What's happening here?
I think that's in reference to Nigel being a birdie.
Oh, that's soul selling. Yes, excuse me.
How many tiles left?
3 in the bag.
And it's Jesse Day up.
He's got a whole 6 minutes.
Yeah. An eternity of Jesse time. So there are bingos he's got to worry about in 2 different spots. From his perspective, it is possible for Eldar to have something like front men into the N on the far right, or tenor men.
Oh, wow. He almost does have front men.
He almost does. Wow. Yeah. And then into the C at the bottom, there's all sorts of stuff like meteoric, neoteric, frenetic. So there's no 100% guaranteed way to win this right now for Jesse, it looks like. He's still got to be a little bit, sweating this out. Does he play just 2 tiles and leave the bag not empty? I mean, he's going to lose to a bingo no matter what, maybe? Because at this score?
I would think he's playing 2, leave
Think
one
so?
in the bag.
So Robert Binsky suggests those bingo possibilities from Dave in the 2 different spots is why he wonders if Jesse should set up the case S with a play like Nog off of the G and Nang.
Just give himself a way to score? Maybe. I don't know.
To try to bingo back.
Oh, true. It's a rather specific spot, though, where the S has to be like in the middle of the word. Not sure what word he's going to get, although it's possible. I haven't looked through like all the possibilities, of course.
Well, Insaney comes to mind.
True, true.
A nest tree.
That's
Yeah.
a word. Okay.
There are choices.
Yes, you love choices.
Choices.
Jalamoka says, I gave up my last born for the championship.
Quite literally.
Touche.
That's harsh.
I can laugh about it now.
Exactly.
Laugh all the way to the bank. Jesse now under 4 minutes here.
Ticky's asked a great question. What would you play in this position, Dave, if you were Jesse Day?
I don't know.
Making him think. He just finished.
Dave's giving a good look over there for you, Tiggy.
Maybe Han, H-E-N to block the C.
H-A-N-A-T and N-O coming down from the H in Vugs, Dave suggests.
The C bingos seem a lot more likely than front men or tenor men. But I don't know.
We do have an update from table 2, where Will Anderson was playing Rashid Balagoon, and Will gets the win by a score of 535-375. So Will is going to finish with a record of 20-11 and a spread of in the 900s.
Wow.
Looking like Will's going to finish 3rd place and get that $2,500, I believe.
Amazing showing by Will. And for those of you who haven't been here since the beginning, he was as low as 4-7 to start out his tournament, then went on an incredible run to be in the running to win the whole thing here just until the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I think he won like 12 of his next 13 after that, something like that. It was incredible, like you said.
Alex Ding suggests that Will sandbagged for content. Or gambited, as we like to say.
Yeah, Swiss Gambit accepted. All right, we see a play here.
So Hin doing something very similar to
Yeah,
Dave's
same
suggestion.
idea. Not much difference there, I don't think.
All right, updating the score and the pool.
Oh, now he
Elders
has
down by 35.
Sonatine Nations.
Yes.
Ooh.
Well done.
Nice bowl.
Good draw.
Sonic Rick says, oh, can I say the E-Nations thing again? Yeah, this time you're fine. And it looks like it's going to be a quick play from David Eldar of From next to Biopsies.
And
Wow.
Jesse will bingo out.
And not only is E-Nations likely to be played. Oh, look at that. Never mind. It's not being played. The other is being played. Sonatine to go out. So Jeremy Koo, you're saved. E-Nations was not played. So we'll have an official final score here for you shortly, and then perhaps we can give you some unofficial and likely to be made official shortly after results to let you know some of our top placing
Yeah,
contenders.
absolutely.
We of course know Dave next to us here is in first and will be taking home the $10,000. But we'll have the rest of those standings here for you in just a few minutes.
Yeah, the final score you see on your screen now is correct. The final score is Jesse Day 446, David Eldar 371. And with that win, Jesse has his 21st win of the tournament. Good for second place.
Congrats.
Yeah, fantastic
Good
run
game.
for Jesse.
Very nice, except for stained.
You should tell him that.
There have been a few Jesse games like that where it's like, great game, except for that one phony. But
Yeah, a nice recovery from Toadier to come all the way back to second place.
apparently there was Clownier last round. He let that go, but still won. Jesse had an incredible tournament, and yeah, 21-10 with a great spread as well. So fantastic run for him. Looks like Jesse's second. Will Anderson with 20 wins will finish third, and David Eldar with 19.5 will finish fourth. So that's your top four. And we're going to have some results trickling in from the likes of Rashid, Ben, Thomas Reinke, Austin Shin, Chris Light. We'll get all that sorted out, and we're going to have an awards ceremony in about an hour and a half to announce all the final results.
Perfect. And then just one last time, our little tradition here, both of you guys, if we look at the game here, any particular swing point or a move of a note that you think might have contributed to the way this game played out?
I guess Troll was probably a critical move when he didn't block the eye. That was a very tough rack, and yeah, I don't know if there's a lot Eldar could have done differently. He played well, and just didn't get the draws in the late half of the game.
Yeah. And then Lewis points out that Mbira from David Eldar was important to block at the time.
Yeah, that was great.
That was a really nice move as well.
Nice.
So on that note, since the award
just
ceremony is...
quick note, I just want
Yeah.
to say I did my time zone math wrong. The awards are in 30 minutes, not in an hour and 30.
30
Because 1:30
minutes.
is coming soon.
I say
Okay.
that's very soon. So
My
just to
bad.
check, we aren't broadcasting that, right? Or
It
are we?
will be broadcast, but you and I don't have to do anything. It's just
Oh,
going to be
okay.
like the speaker on camera.
Okay, perfect. So then that answers my question. So that will be broadcast on this channel, but of course there is no commentary to provide for that. So that means this is the time. This is the time that we're going to sign off one last time. We're going to have a quick little shot of us here in studio, showing the champion once again,
Thank
who will
you.
be gracing the stage shortly to accept that fat check.
Yay.
So I just wanted to thank everybody for joining us for the last 4.5 days to watch some of the best players in the world face off. And in this case, it is Dave Wiegand who prevails. Thanks for joining us, Dave.
Great, thank you.
Awesome treat.
having me.
Jesse and Evans signing off here from Chicagoland. One last time, stay tuned to this channel for more Scrabble action coming up in the future. We will see you later. Thanks for watching.
See you guys.
that I do, they had a GWAPN, so I'm pretty sure that's what we're gonna need.
Yeah. Bennett,
Yeah, yeah.
who won the geezer prizes?
I don't know. I could. I didn't tell him we can't do it now. He needs to leave now. Yeah.
What was he?
He was third place in C.
Third place in C.
And then I'll ask Mike about the geezer. Okay.
Everybody too was big pain too, but fortunately I know how to do that.
Steve, thank you for reminding me about that.
Mike. Oh,
Yes.
you figured that out?
I'm gonna do that right, and I just need one in Division 1 and one in Division 3 and 4.
Yep. Yep. We may have.
Now, do you have any WAPN?
No.
Do you want them now?
No.
So you're just gonna have them wait.
Yeah.
Then you're gonna have to send them a WAPN to fill out.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's say, because I got a PDF here, I can make it over and print it out.
Yeah. I don't want to complicate what we're doing already, so we'll deal with it later.
All right. Want me to send it to you, then you'll have it?
Sure.
Okay.
Geezer prize for 1 and 2 is Jane Cardia.
Okay.
You're 65? Really?
Really?
Good for you. You look great. All right.
So I can win that even if I want something else?
Yep.
Okay. So maybe you could put them on the same check now too.
No, it's already figured out.
So what's the geezer prize?
I'm 35.
Okay. What's my other prize? Or do I get another prize?
The other prize, if you have a placement prize, it's bigger.
Right. Well, somebody told me that Cooper told me we were both guaranteed top 6. So I know I lost, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me see. That's all 3 today. Should have won the last one. It's too hard to think.
Helen is number 2. Helen.
There's only the difference between 4th and 5th if I had one.
Oh. What's that? Oh, my pants up here.
I think the sign ages, remember? 77. I'm 77. Oh, 7.
Start. Thank you all for being here. Making this event that it was. My glasses are fogging up as a function of this mask. First of all, we need to thank all of the volunteers that worked on this. There are dozens of them. And if you have anything to do with that, the donors also contributed to the prize fund that we're about to give out. Of course, the Carter Chapman Shreve Family Foundation was the big donor, but Winter contributed a significant amount, as did Terry Kang. So we thank them for that. All of the directors here for World Cup were amazing. You know, it was just amazing that this came off, I think, as smoothly as it did with all of the things that we were dealing with. Jennifer, over in the Collins group, did an amazing job from her room. Allison was a supremely capable and successful first tournament director. She was calm and collected, at least on the outside, the whole time, and it was just so impressive. And Evans in the Collins division, going back and forth from hotel to hotel and room to room. Bennett and I in this room were trying to help Mike as much as possible. Linda Finn was actually helping from her home in Madison. And of course, there was Mike Johnson, who I think deserves a huge He did things I've never seen a director do before, including going to the hospital for one of our members. Okay, so I'm going to keep that fairly short. I think we have some words from Evans for the Collins group.
Yeah, I just want to give a few Collins Division specific acknowledgements and thank yous. For those who don't know me, I'm Evans Clenchey. I'm the co-founder of the Collins Coalition and the co-director of the Collins side of this tournament. You'll notice I said co-location and my co-person is not by my side, and that's because my co-director and also spouse Jennifer is currently running the entire tournament from her quarantine and hotel room, which is obviously not ideal. We've been kind of fighting through a crisis all week long. And somehow we made it today to this tournament. I don't know how we pulled that off, but I just wanted to thank four MVPs in particular. The first one obviously is Jennifer herself. She told me this morning that she was basically coughing up half a lung in the hotel room. Still managed to direct the entire tournament remotely, all the pairings, all the prize money, spreadsheets, everything. I can't believe she pulled it off, but she did, and it's absolutely incredible. So. Secondly, to Allison, who I don't know if she got down, she's still here. She's still here. Good. Allison, I think that was like a month and a half ago, and was like, "Hey, I'd like to win the Scout tournaments. Can I get started with this?" She had no idea she was going to be thrust into directing a major championship 6 weeks later. But just she rolled with the punches every single time, and she was just so poised and collected under all of this pressure, and she just completely nailed it. Incredible. So. Thirdly, to Jesse Matthews, we learned Sunday night about Jennifer's positive COVID test, and Jesse helped us manage that crisis just with incredible, like Allison, just calm and poised and just had everything under control, and we couldn't get it through without him. So, Jesse, thank you so much for that. And last but not least, our two co-MVPs are the streaming producing team of Christian K and his brother Andrew K. You guys were awesome. Twitch.tv/Scrabble. Thanks to Will and the Scopely team as well for hooking that up. And the broadcast was just flawless from start to finish. And we're also streaming the awards ceremony right now on Twitch as well, thanks to Christian and Andrew. So you guys were great. I do want to say one last thing, which is that when we founded the Collins Coalition back in 2019, one of our major goals was to unify the Scrabble playing community in the US and Canada with the rest of the world. We really think it's important that because we're all one planet, we all want to be playing Scrabble together. And so a big part of that was unification with the world governing body of Scrabble, which is WESPA. I'm proud to announce that this is the first Coco tournament ever and the first Lidco tournament ever to be rated by WESPA. We're going to have WESPA ratings for all the players based on the events of these games. And we're fortunate to have the presence of the president of WESPA in the room today. He's not just present, he also played really well in the tournament. More about that later. But Chris Light is the president of WESPA. He wants to say a few words. So real quickly, President.
Thank you, Evan. Yep, I'm Chris Light, as most of you know me. I am the chair of the executive committee of WESPA, the World English Language Scrabble Players Association. Yeah, and I'm very happy that we were able to rate this tournament. It was a great event. And just to put into context the magnitude of it, this is one of the largest events of the year globally on the WESPA calendar. Perhaps the largest prize pool globally on the WESPA calendar this year. The Collins division featured multiple world champions, multiple world championship runners-up, multiple national champions of many different countries. It was a really, really tough field. It was probably the toughest field that we're going to see in any tournament on the planet this year. Wow. And so, what Evan and Mike and the team put together in terms of having one of the flagship events globally this year is great. And I'm so happy we got so many, such a crowd out here to compete. It's probably the biggest and best Collins field in the United States, probably in 20 years since they had the World Championship in Las Vegas. So, yes, thank you to everybody who came. Thank you to the organizers. This was an amazing event, and it's one of the stars on the WESPA calendar globally for the year. So, thank you all.
To persons of the entire WESPA team for helping us make this work. With that, we're going to go back to the awards, and we're going to start off with Mike here.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. We made it. This has been a blast working with all of you. Before we get to the prizes, I want to just say thanks to all of the players in the room for making this a smooth and as relaxing as possible event. You are all awesome, and I hope that you had as much fun as I did. So, thank you. I did want to add that in addition to all of those world and national champions in the Collins division, there are also 4 Word Cup champions also in the Collins division too. Can't forget those. And but before we move on to the prizes for the early bird, we have a special prize that we're going to have Deborah Baggett announce for us.
So real quick, I just wanted to say that Kirsten William served on WIDCO's Board of Player Reps and was an enthusiastic Scrabble player. She was kind, caring, calm, patient, and positive, and we miss her. So Kirsten's mother asked that her Word Cup registration fee be awarded to another player in her division, one who exhibited these attributes in spirit of play. By doing so, we honor Kirsten and encourage another deserving player. So on behalf of Kirsten's family in Utah and her Scrabble family here, this award is going to Shirley Simon.
Thank you. I really enjoyed my 12 days here in Scrabble, and I hope you do great. I'd like to thank my division, especially for putting up with my hearing loss, as you all know, and I just so appreciate that you guys were kind to me and helped me get through the game. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to celebrating the early bird prize winners. So we're going to bring first up the Collins the Collins early bird prize winners. We're going to have everybody come up all at once. Can we have Io, Hyundai, Fidelis, Wolfram, Becky, and Mark. So we had, in the Collins division, we had 2 class prizes, which were going to be best for this lower half of the division. Our second in Class B, who actually came in 5th place in the early bird, is very tough. Oh, I think you've already got paid for that. Is that correct? Yeah. And in first place in Class B is Fidelis, who ended up in 4th place. And in third place for the early bird was Wolfram. Unfortunately, Becky could not be here today with us, but she came in second. And in first place, winning the early bird, who had a prize of $130, is Martinez. See here. Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. In Division F, can we have Glorioso, Mary Loglou, and Brian Summers come up? These are our Division F winners. So in third place, we had Brian Summers. In second place, we had Mary Loglou and Lagulo. And then in first place, winning Division F is Glorioso. Congratulations. So, great. Congrats. Okay, moving on to Division E, we have Greg Harper, Mary Parrish, and Rashad Morali. Come on, please. For Division E, we had Rashad Morali, who got third. Second place was Mary Parrish, and first place was Greg Harper. Smile. In Division D, we have Samuel Iman, Dan Unger, and Eric Eisner. If I mispronounce your name, I really apologize. Come on up. And third place was Eric, and second place was Dan, and first place was Sam. So. Okay, thank you. In third place, we have Jonathan Lind, David Vermont, and Bennett Jacobson. Jonathan Stein. This is Division C for the early bird. In third place was Bennett, and second place was David, and in first place was Jonathan. Okay, and file.
Money.
And in Division B, we're almost done. We have Zach Ansel, Cynthia Seals, and Annette Overstone. Here in Division B, in third place was Zach Ansel. Second place was Cynthia Seals, and in first place was Annette. Okay, quick pause. Congrats. And lastly, in Division A, we have John Harris, Sam Paulington, and Jackson Smiley. So I think Sam is not here, but in third place in the early bird was Jackson Smiley. And winning the early bird in Division A was John Harris.
Yay! Wait, we need a picture. Run away without your picture. Go, John.
Next, we have a special prize for based on age. And Steve, we're going to Steve do this one.
Many years ago, Stu Goldman was with us and playing these tournaments. He loved the World Cup, and he decided to bequeath us with a $100 prize annually for the person over age 65 who finished best in the tournament covering all divisions. This year, we also had an additional contribution for that from John Aiken, and we decided to split the prize up into by divisions. So, and then also Gretchen Cowan wanted to have a prize, similar prize, for divisions 3 and 4. So divisions 3 and 4 are going to be getting, the winner is going to be getting a $190 check, and in division 1 and 2, they're going to get a $135 check. In division 2 is Jan Cardia.
Yes, I'm really 65. Jan, we need a picture, honey.
You gotta stay up there.
That's
Maybe one more. And In Division 3 and 4, the winner with a $190 prize is Calvin Flores.
Oh, the users.
Before we get into the main prize handouts here, I wanted to say something very quickly about how they came about, because there were some rumors going about or floating about that lower divisions were subsidizing upper divisions. We've never done that in World Cup, and WPPL rarely have ever done it. And we didn't do it this time. It just looks that way because there was so much money coming in from the grants that we weighted that as sponsorship money, which we've always wanted in Scrabble for the players that are playing in the top divisions. They deserve to be recognized for their excellence. They deserve some compensation for all of the time and effort they put into getting as good as they are. That's why we see more in the upper divisions, but nothing from the other divisions is subsidizing that. Everything stayed within, the entry fee stayed within each division. Okay, and besides, anybody can track for that top prize if you want to, you know, split up. And one last thing before Mike gets into this. I didn't have time because we had some last minute adjustments to be making here to get everybody's name on these. So some of these are signed, or some of them have their name, some are blank. The ones that are blank, you can fill in whatever name you want.
Mike Johnson's a great name to put on a check. So we're going to get started. We're going to start with TWL Division D. Can I have Helen Flores and Scott Smith come up? Is Scott here? No. Okay, come on up, Helen. So we're claiming 2 class prizes in Division D, and Scott will earn for coming second in Class B is going to earn $290, and Helen is going to earn $380. In Division D, we have 5 place prizes that we're going to pay. Can I have Peter Hopkins, Diane Kerner, Deborah Kamatsu, Brian Summers, and James Johnson? So you probably recognize Peter Hopkins. He was one of our fun prize winners multiple times. Lots of great fun prize winners. He also came in 5th place, earning $400. Diane Kerner came in 4th place and earns $500. In 3rd place for Division D is Deborah Kamatsu, earning $600. In 2nd place, and making it to the final King of the Hill game, is Brian Summers. And lastly, our division winner for Division D and World Cup Division D champion is James Johnson, not related to him.
What about giving him number?
Okay. And our division winner for Division D earns a trophy. Thank you. Now on to Division C, which is one of our largest divisions. We're paying 6 class prizes. So can I have Carol Gibbs, Camina Deutsch, Dennis Lloyd, Jason Oyerson, Teresa Schaefer, and Mary Parrish come up?
Carol Lake.
And Teresa. Okay, that's fine. So here we have 3 different classes. In class 3, we have 3 places. In 3rd place in class C was Mary Parrish, earning 200 points. 2nd place in class C is Teresa Schaefer, not here. Okay. And we'll give that to you, but we want to write the name on it. And 1st place in class C is Jason. I have some. In class B, and 3rd place is Dennis Lloyd.
Stay for the picture.
2nd place in class B is Camina Deutsch. And winning class B is Carol Gibbs, earning $400.
Can you guys get a little closer together?
Quick picture. Thank you very much, class prize winners. In Division C, we're going to have 8 place prizes. And so for that, we have to invite up, here's our names, Kathleen Murphy, Linda Stratton, Betty Collins, Dan Rothberger, Josh Greenway, Jack Jones, Doug Critchlow, and Rashad Moroni. Okay, in 8th place is Kathleen Murphy, earning $500. In 7th place is Linda Stratton, $550. In 6th place is Betty Collins. She is. Okay, we'll make sure she gets that check.
Doesn't she get a Collins prize?
In 5th place is Dawn Rathberger. In 4th place is Josh Greenway. And his prize was $700. And 3rd place is Jack Jones with $800. And we have 2 players that got basically paired Gibsonized on the last day. So they were both for at least 4 games ahead of the field, came and dominated this tournament week. And 2nd place, earning $1,000, is Doug Critchlow. And our winner for the tournament, Division C, is Rashad Morali. Rashad earns $2,000 and a trophy in just a second. Let's grab a quick minute picture. All right. There we go. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are now going to move on to the Collins Division number 2, and we're going to have Evans Thomas present that award.
Okay, so we had 31 players in the Collins Division 2, and the full results and ratings are already posted on focusrebel.org for anybody who wants to check out the full results. But we can run through the prizes now. We had 2 class prizes in Class C for players seated 24th and below. And so winning the top class prize in Group C with a record of 18-13 is Wajid Iqbal. And winning the second prize with a record of 16 is Emily Rojo.
Wait. You're so fast. Thank you.
And then for Class B, which was players seated 15 to 23, the top class prize goes to record of 18-13, Rohana Tanvir. And the second prize with a record of 16 to 15 is Betty Cornelison.
Good job.
All right, for our cash prizes, we're going to give up 5 prizes. Finishing in 5th place with a record of 19-12 plus 291. Congratulations, $2,400 is Gary Smart. Thank you, man. Thank you. In 4th place, with a record of 19-12 plus 564, winning $600. Congratulations to Terry Kang. Finishing 3rd with a record of 19.5 and 11.5, winning 1,261 spread points. Winning $800 is Yujiko Lawrence. In 2nd place, this player was dominant throughout the week. I think he was 17-2 at one point, and ended up coming up just short of finishing in 2nd. His final record was 21-10 plus 1,004. Winning $1,000 is BJ Fremore.
Hi, Twitch.
That's right. Everyone say hello to Twitch. That's important. And anyway, congrats, BJ and chat. In 1st place in Division 2 of Collins, winning with a record of 23-8 plus 1,305 spread, winning $1,500 is Noel Livermore. Oh, right, trophy. And that's one for Division One. That's right, sorry.
So, Division Two has a special place in my heart. It's, in fact, I have the honor of actually having won Division Two in Portland a few years ago, and so it's always a special place for me. So, congrats for the upcoming winners of Division Two. We have one group. We had 3 class prizes in Class B. So let's invite Adam Henderson, Noah Palace, and Keith Hegel up. So Keith, Noah, and Adam were our 3 class prize winners, and so they were in the bottom half of the field of 31 players, and earning $250 for third is Keith Hegel. Is that Keith with 2 Ks or 1? If you know what that joke means. And second place in Class B is Noah. Ellis is not here. He's right here. Oh, you're here. Congrats, Noah. Second place. Second best in Class B. And winning Class B for Division 2 is Adam Henderson.
Okay, I need a picture. All together.
Take a quick picture.
No, I don't want
Okay, and in Division B, we are paying 6 places. In 6th place is Curtis Lee. And Curtis is earning $400. In 5th place for Division B is Jen Cardia. $600 to go along with her previous money for the easy prize. In 4th place is Cooper Kamatsu. Come on out. Thanks for helping run that wonderful spelling. And Cooper earned $800. In 3rd place, winning $1,000 is Georgia Saka. In 2nd place for Division B, winning $2,000 is Eric Salgado. And our Division B winner, winning $4,000 and a trophy, being Gibsonized after round 30, is Jonathan Lynn.
Okay, now all together.
Now we're gonna get Jonathan his Division B trophy. Thank you very much. So on to our top division, Division A. And Division A, we had 6 class prizes. So can we have Andy Long, Chloe Fatsis, Sam Collington, Saint Vestapoint, Jeff Fishbane, and Trick Payne come up. So, playing in a very tough division and still coming third in Class C is Andy Long. Congratulations. Second in Class C is Chloe Fatsis. And winning Class C is Sam Hollington. And third place for Class B, which is sort of the middle third of the group, is, and the winner of the Cup of Words online tournament qualifier to get into the tournament is St. Vestapoint. In second place in Class B, winning $330 is Jeff Fishbane. And our winner for Class B, winning $450 is Trick Payne.
You're welcome, Tripp.
Okay, now on to our place prize finishers, our top finishers in Division A. We're paying 8 places, and in 8th place is Joshua Sokol. For 8th place, Josh has earned $600. Stand up, Josh. Okay, in 7th place, winning $700 is Noah Walton. In 6th place, winning $800 is Rafi Stern. Now in 5th place, winning $900 is Jared Capel. Now in 4th place, winning $1,000 and past Word Cup champion is Ian Wentz. Now for our top 3 finishers. It was a little unclear which of these top 3 was going to finish up at the top, but we have in 3rd place is Joey Kravchuk. In 2nd place, clinching 2nd place in the last game, is Sid Morale. And our top finisher, who is Gibsonized in the last round, World Cup 10 TWL champion, Jackson Smiley. We now welcome Evan back up to award the top division Collins prizes.
For sure. Okay, so we had a total of 35 players in the top Collins division. It was 39 at the start, and had some unfortunate dropouts, but 35 finished the tournament. We're going to start with 2 class prizes for players in Class C, which is seats 26 through 35. So winning $300 and $150 respectively are Wolfram Poe and Moise Olave. Here we go. So Class B would be the players seated between 16 and 25, and our top 2 players in that group, winning $300 and $150 respectively, are Brian Bowman and Peter Armstrong. Okay, as for your cash winners, excuse me, we are going to pay out 7 places. Starting off with in 7th place, your aforementioned WESPA president finished 18 and 13 with a spread of -43. That would be Mr. Chris Light, $9,000. Okay, in 6th place, I believe this player began the tournament with a record of 0-7 on the first day. And then he turned around and went 7-0 on the next day and was right back in the mix. And in the end, he ended up with a record of 18 and 13 plus 288. So an incredible turnaround. And now over $600 for 6th place, Rashid Balagoon. In fifth place, this player finished 19-12 plus 384, which is a marked improvement on his spread halfway through the tournament, which was 2. Finishing in fifth place, winning $800 is Ben Shumra. In fourth place, this player crossed the 7 seas all the way from Australia to be with us. I guess he crossed the 7 seas twice, once from Australia and then once from Chicago to Naperville. With a record of 19.5 wins, 11.5 losses, plus 12-14, winning $1,000 for fourth place is David Eldar. All right, so going into the final day, we had a 3-man race for the championship. And these 3 players were in a tight race at the end. And ultimately, finishing in third place, another comeback story, as he started 4-7 and came roaring back. I think he won like 12 of his next 13 after that. An incredible finish of 20-11 plus 953. Winning $2,500 for third place is Will Anderson. All right, and so at the beginning of the final day, we had 2 players going head-to-head on table 1 in round 29, and coming up just short of winning the title, but finishing in second place, ultimately finishing 21-10 plus 831, winning $5,000 for second place. Congratulations to Jesse Day. And then there was this one player who was pretty much utterly dominant the entire week. I believe at lunch break yesterday, this player was 4.5 wins clear of the entire field, if that's possible. He went 0-4 yesterday, just to keep us in suspense a little bit, but ultimately he was Gibsonized with 2 rounds to play, and yeah, dominant from start to finish, like I said. Finishing with 23.5 wins, 7.5 losses, plus 1776. Winning $10,000 for first place is the one and only Dr. Bing, Dave Wiegand.
I have just some quick closing remarks before we head out. I want to thank all of the people who helped make this session come together, particularly the TWL side of the directors, Nick Jacobstein. And as well, the directors for Collins, co-directors here, we have Evan. And all the work that Jennifer did, both here and remotely. But I also want to thank Linda Fenn, I hope she's watching here. Before and after this event. So I'm excited for next year's World Cup 11. We don't know where it's going to be, but we know it's going to be amazing. And I'm just so excited. I'm going to use it. Is it going to be TW overcall? So have a great and safe trip home. And thank you so much for helping keep everybody here safe, as we are one big family, and I really do appreciate that. Be safe. Can I let all of the World Cup division winners, the 6 division winners, to come up with a joint broadcast picture with all 6 of you? So that they can get more.
No.